want to welcome Cindy. She was able to get over today from Butte, so glad you're here, Cindy.
Oh, thank you.
Don't seem so excited.
I missed one meeting and you guys are like, wow.
Got elected to all
The committees.
groups and stuff. You're chairman of all the study groups since you're here to defend yourself.
I'm on it.
Actually, we're going to spend the next few hours catching you up.
Uh-oh.
No, we're not.
I don't.
It's recorded.
The material.
It is. Okay. All right, so I don't know if you have any first comments from yesterday, anything at all? I had one. Craig and I had breakfast and he brought up what Lee was commenting about in the whole discussion yesterday about access, and that's ask first, getting back to that.
Mhm.
And we were wondering, you know, should we recommend to ComEd to just include that back into the video on Hunter Landowner Stewardship Program, you know, a segment comment, you know, it's up to us, ask first. So just a footnote maybe to the department to consider that in that presentation as an addition if possible. Yeah, since that's where it all started. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes, Bob.
I think, look, I bet you find that a lot of people, residents especially, have a lot of access by doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably a lot greater than anybody thinks. So I think that's, you know, that used to be the old fashioned way you build relationships and
Yeah.
you find places to hunt.
So anyway, and then want to open it back up to Travis in Region 7 to give us a little update. We asked yesterday about the change in decline in enrollment acreages and such at 7. So you had some more to fill us in on, Travis.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody. So I just wanted to clarify the question yesterday about the decline in Region 7. The decline in acres, the answer I gave is the main reasons why people are dropping out, but that didn't really show the whole picture. We're not seeing a decline in participation. We're seeing a decline in acres. And that's because, as Jason mentioned yesterday, we lose cooperators every year and we gain cooperators every year. And the new ones we gain typically are smaller properties than the ones we lose. So that's the main reason for the decline in acres. We're actually kind of seeing an increase in participation. Over the last 5 years, we had 5 years ago 320 cooperators. This year we're at like 333. So we're not actually seeing a decline in participation, but those acres are declining because of, you know, the smaller properties we gain compared to the larger ones we lose. So I just wanted to clarify that so you guys are aware. It's not the participation part we're losing, it's just the acres. So I hope that helps.
Yeah. Thanks, Travis.
Yep, you bet.
So do you see a pattern, Travis? Like, I mean, obviously that's a pattern, but with smaller operations coming on, is it, what part of the program really is helping them the most? Is it management? Is it the payment?
It's a combination of all that really. And what I've been seeing more recently with kind of these smaller properties is they are getting into aggregates with existing neighbors that are already in block management. So that aggregate incentive payment, you know, all that helps. So we've added a lot of these smaller properties into these existing larger BMAs. You know, they're right there next to it or in the middle of it. So, and then the management of it obviously is a big part of that as well. So it's a combination of really all of it with these smaller ones.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Travis, I'm curious to get your thoughts on some of these parcels that have left the program. And of course, there's change in ownership, and that's a big driver on some of those. How much of a factor do you think it might be that the people don't want to be type 2, they want to be type 1, but they're just saying, man, the pressure is just getting more and more and more, and it's just more pressure than I want to have on my property. Is there something to that, or is that really not substantiated? I just would like to hear your thoughts on it.
I don't think that's substantiated because that's not, when people get out or drop out, it's not, I don't hear it's because of too much pressure. It's other reasons. Even the type 1s, all the landowners that I work with, I never really hear that it's too much pressure. You know, if it was, then we'd have the option to go to a type 2 or something, but the pressure thing hasn't really come up from my conversations and from what I've been hearing.
Well, I appreciate that, because I think that perception can exist, but I think it's exactly that, a perception that's not necessarily based in reality. But I just wanted to get your thoughts on it. Thank you.
Yep, you bet.
Right?
The one thing I was wondering, Travis, where you're saying less acres and more participants. Now, do you keep track of as far as the number of hunters that use this? Is that more or less?
Region wide we do, yeah. And individual properties for sure. I mean, we have hunter days for individual properties and region wide. Hunter days have, well, since 2020, they've been going up every year. So, I mean, there's more use on less acres, but you know, we don't hear a lot of complaints from the landowners about too much pressure, but there's definitely more use, and that's statewide, as everybody can probably attest to. You know, there's more people using the program than, you know, 5 years ago. 2020 is when we saw that big spike in use, and it's just kind of continued.
Thank you.
Stephanie?
Is it possible to do or show number of block management areas that are resident owners versus non-resident owners? Just be curious to know like the percentage of non-resident owners who are actually getting into this program.
I'm sure we can get something close.
Right.
You know, we have addresses, whether they're residents or not, we don't really know. The other pieces that I would say, just roughly speaking, there's about 1,300 cooperators, right? And so and the only way to measure this would be like the license benefit. So they can designate that to their family member or their employee. And we see about 95% go to resident hunters and 5% go to non-resident hunters. So I'm not saying that's directly tied to land ownership, but there's certainly an element there because they're passing it around. But I don't know, Travis, if you have anything on land ownership in your region. We have Evan in Region 4 too available to talk about these same questions for Central and West.
I mean, I could figure it out fairly quickly. We have a fair amount of non-resident landowners. Percentage, how many, off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you, but it wouldn't take too long to figure out. If you guys want that info, I can sure put it together probably this morning yet, so.
Okay, that'd be great.
Yeah, just an interesting data point.
Yep, you bet.
Yeah, Evan, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, sorry, I was talking with someone else, so I missed kind of the beginning of the question if you wanted to ask that, but I am here now.
And then we're just talking about the percentage of participants who are non-resident owners. In block management or even other programs.
Yeah, I would say vast majority are residents. And of the ones who are non-residents, I think they originally signed up as residents and then kind of turned into snowbirds. So they're not, they give the farming to their kids or to someone else, lease it out, and they're kind of hands off. So enroll in block management, let someone else farm it, and they're kind of retired and you know, they live in other states. And that's the majority of what I see, and not so much like new cooperators who are non-residents. I don't think the incentive is there for encouraging non-residents, because a lot of the times if the landowner is non-resident and just came in and purchased land, they would rather keep the hunting to themselves, is what I've seen. So that's kind of what I see in Region 4, I guess.
Thanks, Evan.
Further questions? Okay. Thank you both.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. All right. So we're gonna dive into solving all the world's problems in access programs. Like that, Paul?
Yeah.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah. So I think Renee's gonna guide us and lead us.
Well, I didn't know the bar was that high. I'm kind of rethinking this now.
What do you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can get this started. So I'm Renee Lemon, just for folks online that might be listening, and I'm the division administrator for Parks and Outdoor Recreation. And I was tasked today with helping lead the group through some activities to ultimately generate a list of ideas to increase landowner participation in hunting access programs. And I wanted to tie it back to last meeting where you all started to develop a work plan. So you picked 5 different topics, and one of those topics was access programs. So that's what we've been tackling at this meeting, specifically hunting access programs. So we did schedule the private private land fishing access program for a future date, and you're all going to look at the work plan later in this meeting. But today you're going to focus in on the hunting access programs. And it really ties to yesterday's discussion as well. We heard about the audit, which had a lot of themes around landowner participation, as well as discussion that was happening during the legislative session. And then Jason gave some data and statistics on what has been happening with landowner participation in 4 of the different programs. And you might want to have this table handy. It might be helpful just to refresh yourself on these 4 main programs that we're going to be looking at. So yesterday I started to hear a couple ideas trickling out. I heard, could you offer a Montana Outdoors subscription to all participating landowners? That was one idea I heard. Also heard that we did a direct mailing campaign targeted to certain landowners a couple of years ago. So starting to hear those ideas, and those are examples of the list that we want to end up with today. So how are we going to do this? So we're going to start broad, and we're going to start by listing out what are the higher level factors that affect landowner participation. And so just as an example, one of those factors might be communication and outreach, so that landowners know about these opportunities. Another example might be incentives. So we're going to start kind of broader. And then once we have a list, we're going to start to narrow in and look at those factors and think about, okay, what's the department currently doing, let's say, related to communication and outreach, and what's working well with that? What do we think could be improved? And then I'll have you guys actually generate some specific ideas under each factor. So that's my plan on how to approach coming up with some really great ideas today. And I would just say there are no bad ideas. This is just a start. We're just generating the list. So really use your knowledge and experience to come up with the ideas. And again, it's just a start. So the idea is that Jason is going to take these ideas to the access managers, who some of them are online today. And they're going to take a look at them and think about, based on their on the ground experience, which of those ideas they think would be most effective. And then they're also going to think about efficiency, right? We want to get the most bang for our buck. So which of those ideas are going to be most reasonable, looking at the resources that we have. And also thinking about if there are some really, really good ideas in there, what resources, additional resources might we need to make those happen? So those are kind of some next steps. And again, this is an evolving process. So we're also going to do a landowner survey. So we'll want to look at our list after we get the results of that survey and define it again. So that's a plan for today. Any questions on that?
I do have one question. When does the survey go out?
The survey will be out probably late October, early November, running through the winter, more or less. Yeah, we're just finalizing the MOU with the University of Montana right now for it. We'll have results early winter, hopefully, to inform all of this process as well.
Chairman, Jason, how are you gonna choose the landowners?
It's a random sample of private landowners who own 160 acres or more. So there's a certain threshold we'll start with, you know, if it's 5,000 or whatever we need to get a statistical probability. But that's probably where we'll start, because we can pull from cadastral, all the private land ownership. So it'll be just that, starting at that level and then matching that across with who's actually in our programs, because we know why they want to be in the program. We just don't know why people don't want to be. And that's kind of what the focus here is, right? Is what can we do to increase or change and modify participation and or acres.
So within that survey, Jason, can you get to perceptions in a survey? So folks who don't participate, I guess that would be in the right questions, perceptions of working with the department or response from the department. Is that a capability?
Yeah, there's a multi-choice list we're working through right now, you know, what those types of things. So it's not only focused on the incentive piece, but there's also a relationship piece, there's a response piece, there's you know, like I said, things that has been discussed that's never flown, you know, landowner attack. There's just a whole bunch of different options, because we're trying to not force a list, but then also keep it reasonable that you can manage it.
Mr. Chair, is there anything to some of the points that Paul made and Chair made this morning about ask first? Is there going to be anything in that questionnaire about, do you already allow public access without compensation?
It does, yep. It
Okay.
asks, you know, are you kind of a little bit in that sense. There's also a separate effort through that House Bill 568, that Montana Hunters First bill. That one will also have a separate kind of survey running at the same time that looks at those things too. So,
interesting information to digest.
Yeah. Yep. And we'll bring back the survey template and all that. We're just building it right now. So I don't have like exactly what it is to provide you yet, but we're close to it. So.
And you said you would send that out to let us look at it.
Yeah, once it before it goes out, or right as soon as it gets ready to go out, we'll let you know.
So what kind of timeline has to be built to get survey out, get results, and then be able to act on it? How do you see that?
From my perspective, we need to have things mostly final from the results to build into our legislative asks.
Mhm.
Because if it is a budget change, I mean, this discussion too, right?
Yeah.
As Renee said, is there's things that we need to ask for.
Yeah.
That needs to go through our internal process, which is basically March when we start submitting bill requests.
Yeah.
And even somewhat this fall yet, potentially on building budget requests, late winter, so. It's all a moving process, but we want to make sure, like you said, to get it in time, so.
Okay, so the first step is to, on your own, you have some scratch paper in front of you. So list out any factor you can think of that affects landowner participation in hunting access programs. And I'll just give you a couple of minutes to do this. And again, one example is communication and outreach. Another example is incentives.
Repeat the question again.
What are the factors that affect landowner participation in hunting access programs? All right, it looks like most folks are winding down. So we're just gonna go around, do a round robin. You don't have to repeat an idea if it's already been stated. So Dale, do you wanna kick us off? And I'm gonna write your ideas down up here, so don't go too fast.
From my experience, one of them is a lack of understanding of hunter access programs.
Welcome back to school.
There's a lack of trust of Fish, Wildlife and Parks.
Yeah, that should only have you do two.
You'll get to do all the good ones.
Get credit for just two.
Because all the rest of us are just gonna get a participation award.
Maybe you should do like dots next to them. How many are an idea?
Put some little
Yeah.
stars.
I
by-
will.
Yeah, like
by
that way,
Dale.
if it's a
Why that was
theme.
right. How much attention.
I like that. So
There's
keep
our-
going, Dale.
There's our
For
range.
some, it's a long-term historical hunting use by friends and family. I mean, they just cherish the fact that they've had their friends and family. They
I
don't
thought you were
want-
only gonna give him two. He's using up all the good ones.
We're gonna do dots.
Dots.
We can just do me twos when it gets to us, and cause I'm gonna be last. Well, maybe you are.
She's gonna call. you
Donna.
back.
No.
Financial.
So that gets to the incentive.
Well, I think it's, there's plenty of operations out there that are highly dependent on the money they get from outfitting or a commercial use to be able to have a viable operation. And to suggest that that doesn't exist, I think people have their head in the sand. And so for some people, financial benefits of having their places outfitted or whatever are allows them to remain a viable operation.
Wouldn't that include like some repairs they make, like culverts and stuff like that too?
Part of the operation.
Yeah, Donna spoke. to
That's
that.
good
You
for
spoke
me.
to that personally yesterday. I said Donna spoke to that personally about her family's operation.
So just so I make sure I'm getting this one right. So they're getting a financial benefit from outfitting, and so why would they enter an access program?
Well, and I think it's even, yeah, it goes beyond that. I mean, yeah, there is a financial benefit for outfitting. But there are operations that if they did not have that extra income, they could not stay in business. And so, yeah, it is a financial incentive, but it's also a necessity for them. And block management has a cap of $50,000 or whatever. Well, it takes a lot of hunter use days to get there, and some people can make a lot more money than that by being, outfitted. That's good.
Okay, Lee.
I'm just what I was, me too, okay?
Okay.
Do I get a dot for everyone?
Okay, how about, I'm gonna use a different color.
Then you're gonna flip it over. It isn't like the SAGEN meetings and when you have empirical data and anecdotal data, everything we put in anecdotal, so they had two charts. We were on oh, that's neat. What I've seen up in our country is a lot of the benefit from the programs. Our land ownership pattern is so hodgepodge, but a lot of the young families on generational ranches are using the PALA program or the block management or something as a way to generate money to keep bringing the next generation in. So if you can take you have a big expansive ranch that's got some leases, and so you can count the leases, and the PALA program works. Like Whitmire Grazing Association generates $70,000 or $80,000 a year for those guys. They're all small family ranchers, and the Fish and Wildlife Service keeps jacking the grazing fees up out on the game range, and so they have an opportunity to take the PALA money and use it to make, like Dale said, make the ranch viable. And I've seen it on several cases where our generation's kind of about done. Well, the young guys come along and if they're gonna you gotta feed grandpa, so he's still there. He's still there, so they gotta come up with some more money to
So put feed grandpa.
Yeah, you understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
diversification. You
Yeah,
gotta diversify your.
And it's, the PALA program is the good one, because you can, in our area anyway, there's a lot of participation up there because of the land ownership pattern so diverse, and it's a way that you don't have to be a jerk because the roads all go to deeded land. You wanted to be a jerk, you just say, okay, you're stopping here, but people have always hunted it, and it's a way to reward the people that have allowed access. And I think it's a generational transfer deal. Maybe you can buy health insurance for your grandkids, or you see what I'm saying, and do that kind of thing. And that's what I'm seeing up there. Most all of those guys are generational transfer ranches it's another avenue of funding to keep them in business. So wherever that fits.
You feel like that fits in financial?
Well, it's not
benefits?
outfitting.
Yeah, so
I don't
it's a
think
little
you-
different. Okay.
It's an access program that does the same thing, I would say. Lets you be, because hell, everybody up there, the hunters have been there 100 and some years too. They've been hunting it forever. Unless you want to be a jerk and lock them out. Generational transfer is what it is. Somebody's still gotta feed grandpa, or grandma. Grandmas last a lot longer usually. They don't eat much.
As we
Oh,
should.
bad.
They're always on a diet.
I'm glad it's taped.
I wanna see some Me Too's on that one.
We're so lucky he's very appropriate.
Oh, my gosh. Where to keep it?
Anything else you want to add?
Well, they gotta leave some for somebody else. So look at all these great minds around here. If Dale and I use them all up, they're just gonna be going, me too, me too, me too.
Stephanie, do you want to go next?
I have a lack of understanding of programs.
Okay.
Lack of trust. The financial benefit, but I would add from outfitting, I would say other as well, like there's, now land trust.
Right.
People who just privately lease
I think Dale said it best when he just said commercial. I think that's a good way to kind of
commercial
wrap,
instead of just outfitting, yeah.
wrap those other financial.
Good. I would say they purchased the land for recreational purposes, so they aren't allowing access because of
Personal use.
personal use. And then the perception of lack of control of their property. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Donna.
All right. Repeat, 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 but a lot of them not only don't understand the programs, they don't know what's available as far as programs. And
That is a new one.
Tanya, you're getting your own board there, baby.
fair liability issues. Afraid of being sued. Yeah, a liability issue.
That's a reason not to pick a commercial activity. Because then you gotta carry your own liability insurance. It's
Don't
cheap.
the outfitters do that?
It's cheap. They have to hire their own liability insurance. The land trust,
I need to buy
Fair
3
enough.
yours.
who's that?
Farm Bureau.
Major.
They not only buy the land for hunting, but for privacy as well.
About recreation.
Maybe I'll add that to personal.
Then you can just put a, since you're there, you can just put a mark by, I don't trust government programs. I wouldn't just blame poor fish, wildlife and parks. That's fair. Yeah. And then one of the things with outfitting, sometimes when we do get called, it's not so much the financial benefit, it's taking away the hassle of being bothered by people at all hours of the day. Yeah.
So does that fall under, that's an incentive
Right.
with hunter management?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I gave up a ranch, but for 4 years afterwards, they said, call the outfitter. Yeah, they just didn't want to deal with saying no. It was an easy escape.
Yeah.
And lack of incentives. Yeah. And which is fair. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, great. Paul.
Well, I would say a lot of it's the overall, it's not just the access programs, but the overall opinion of the department. So I guess you get back to the lack of trust. I think one of those concerns probably on some ranchers is a concern for the resource. If you've got that many hunters and stuff coming in there, it's not any concern for the deer or whatever, mainly mule deer, but we don't. They're more worried about the resource, and by letting that many people in, I think they feel that that's not good. And I think that part of what Donna said, but I think a lot of them feel like it's really too much work dealing with all the public and number of hunters. And I think maybe the department, especially thinking about block management, could have hunt coordinators, spend some money on that and relieve some of the pressure on the landowners, because they're too busy. They don't want to mess with all these hunters, That's why a lot of them just have sign-in boxes and they go, let them go just wherever. They don't have to deal with it. But I don't think that does the resource any good. And I think the department is really lacking in personal outreach to these landowners. I mean, I talked to quite a few landowners, a lot of landowners, and they never hear from the department. They just, they don't. And they'll put in a limited permit somewhere. They'll go ahead and, change the population objectives, and like they did on the elk management plan. And there was very little, if any, input from landowners. I read through all the survey, all the comments that came in, and there were hardly any landowners commenting on that. And I think the department has to go out and do that outreach. They have to have these town halls, like Director Clark was saying, do something to reach these people, because they're not going to come to you. You're going to have to go to them.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks, Paul. All right, Ed, do you want to go next?
No. Sure. Understanding. You put it. Perception of lack of control. To me, it was not thinking they can implement their own rules.
Mhm.
We've
Right,
heard
that's
that.
what I get.
Yeah, and that's
Mhm.
similar.
Lack of control.
I do think relationship with the department in cases where they're not participating is often a deal, but it's more, it can be, and I've said this before, it can be something that happened years ago.
Usually.
Yeah, and I'll bring one up just to make the point. The potential of putting bison on what's it over here?
The Prairie Reserve.
No.
Spotted dog.
Spotted dogs.
Oh, the
Now, when
spotted
did that
dog.
happen? Schweitzer. And I know one cooperator that's not a cooperator, and that was part of the decision at the time. So how long ago that was? And there's no bison there, buffalo either. So I think this harbored resentment is a tough nut to crack, even though it could be. So.
They're all gonna die eventually, and the kids will take over. They'll have a different set of rules.
Except when it's the kid who made the decision. Okay, I still think, however you put it in their hunter behavior, perception of that is part of it. Whether it's the numbers or the behavior.
So that fits under hunter management,
Yeah,
Hunter, I would put
Yeah.
hunter
hunter behavior.
behavior. That's big.
I mean, there's a cooperator near us here that has tolerated a lot of behavior issues, and they're one of the largest cooperators in the state. And it's just that frustration. They continue to participate, but you look at that next generation and the comment has been made, will they want to?
Right.
Yeah. Timing. So when the department sits down and needs to implement or sign contracts, how can that timing be best fitted to their needs and as concise as possible to look at the whole options of programs that are available. You know, what's the good timing? I mean, the department has needs that are demanded by essentially legislative directives. So how can that fit in best with the landowners sitting down to make those decisions? I don't know when that is.
And are you, Ed, is that it can't happen early enough for them, or tell me more about that?
Well, I think it's kind of like the director mentioned yesterday, you know, what date did she say? June 2nd. So I don't know what that date is, but what's the most friendly time of the year to talk to a ag producer about participating in a program and help them understand the program? I don't know what that answer is.
So it's like program timelines aren't fitting with landowner timelines, something like that.
It's a good plan.
So I asked when that thing was gonna go out.
And I think it still fits under the flexibility of it. Maybe flexibility is a word. Some of the access managers have talked about it, and we often hear that, you know, we lose one, or we occasionally hear we lose one because it wasn't flexible enough to fit my needs, when in fact, that's not really true, you know? So I think that's still
Program
fits.
flexibility.
Yeah, it's still within,
It's because they don't understand.
yeah. That's all.
Okay, thanks, Ed. All right, Ray.
Okay, well, two things that on mine that are probably covered in some of this, but one is because people just don't want, they want the wildlife there. They want to see it.
So does
And-
that go to concern for the resource?
Concerns of the resource or personal use, either one of those that would come up. And another one is, well, it's not really perception of lack of control, but it's that they absolutely don't want anyone on their place. My old place up there, people that have got it now, they've got game cameras up all over the place on the boundaries, and they just don't want anyone on their place.
Especially people they don't know.
Well, even once they know.
Yeah.
And then another big one is under the outreach, personnel from FWP, you know, they never get out around there. The ones that are in the programs, they talk to them, but that's it. That was the main ones, but everything else has been covered over and over.
Do you want to add a checkbox to any of these?
Yeah, lack of understanding, definitely. And lack of trust.
Okay, thanks,
Yep.
Ray. Drew.
Going down the checklist here, current use definitely affects landowner participation, whether that's recreation or agricultural. So depending on what they actually do on the property. So again, they might already allow public access. They don't actually need to be in a public access program. Another thing that affects participation is actually what kind of game animals they have on their property, and abundance and or scarcity, I guess. I think we mentioned, I mean, I know we mentioned historical use as well, so that can affect what they do or don't do in the future.
Tell me more about that one, Drew.
Historical? Well, so we've talked about generational landowners in Montana who have been generational participants. So we're more likely to keep or retain a current cooperator if they've already been doing it, versus if that sells to somebody else That's where we're seeing those larger ranches drop off.
So it's the change in ownership.
Yeah.
Does that cover it? Do we have that? No, I don't think we do have
Oddly enough.
Oddly enough.
that. All right, I am gonna have to.
Oh,
do a
man.
third
Oh,
one.
darn, really, 100 times.
I wasn't sure how many you have. Quentin, you wanna put it, you wanna put that up right next to you? Thank you. Okay, so I just lost it. What was I gonna put up?
I said historical.
Oh, change in.
Change
ownership.
ownership.
From there. I, of course, had a $sign on my list here, so that falls under the check mark under the financial incentives. I wrote down geography and or your region can affect if you participate or not. You know, we have vastly different areas in the state, so you're out in the middle of the boondocks and you can't actually get anybody to come commercially participate. You might be.
No elk.
No
Pretty
help.
lucky.
Yeah, we got that abundance or scarcity. Yeah. Is it terrain too? Does terrain fit into geography or it's just too far for people?
It
for
could be,
people to
yeah,
drive.
it could be too far from a population density, or it could be the,
From the road.
yeah, too close.
Too rough.
It could be inaccessible, you know, physically just inaccessible. Some of these ranches are like that. Another check mark by the control and liability, I had that as well.
Okay,
Good.
great, thanks. Okay, Cindy, are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's see, 1, 2, no, okay, there's the trust issues. There's always the trust issue. There's the management perception of lack of control there. There's this is kind of an interesting one. Outreach, because the what are they called? The people that go out and contact the landowners, they don't have enough time. They don't have enough time to get with the new owners of something. They just don't have the time.
And is
The
that
database is
staff?
horrible.
Is that staff that don't have enough?
The
time?
staff does not have enough time.
So staff capacity.
Well, I keep going back to the lady from Kalispell. She just, or not Kalispell, she was in the area. Well, I think she was talking about Kalispell, but I know in area 2, the Clarkson Ranch at first, you know, they couldn't contact it at first because they didn't have enough time. But then the database that on which they work in order to produce the block management slides and all that, so that people know where they're going and where the safety zones are. It's too cumbersome. And it takes a lot of time. They have to flip back and forth between the screens and it takes a lot of time.
And is that getting to the maps or?
Yeah, it's the map part, but you have to put in the notes, you know, because each cooperator can say, well, you can only hunt elk, or you can only do this. You have to park at such and such a place, but then there are maps associated with those things. But in order to put those notes in, etc., the FWP staff has to flip between screens. It's very cumbersome.
So
Ask somebody who does.
like the ease of the application process?
No,
Jason to
it's
help
the
me.
ease of producing
Yeah,
the data for the block management package.
I think it, in my mind, it ties to staff capacity. So because we have inefficient systems or processes within helping current landowners, we don't have capacity to reach out to new. Does that make sense?
That's part of it. But the other thing is when you do get a new cooperator, you have to produce all those new maps and
Yeah,
et cetera,
it's all
and you don't have enough
Part of
time.
it, right. And it's, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of factors with staff capacity.
So it's getting the system set up for a new cooperator or making changes to it. getting it ready for the season.
Yeah, because the same person who goes and contacts the cooperator is the person creating these maps.
Sometimes, yeah.
Well, yeah,
Yep.
sometimes, or producing the data that has to go with it. And that process of making that new cooperator and the maps, et cetera, is very cumbersome.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Take that.
Got a new.
That was pent up.
It was.
Kid did beer yesterday.
Do you have any more, Cindy?
Oh, I just wanted to say that things like, and I don't know that we really do this enough, and this might be something that we can expand or not. The program that the FWP uses for like the Matador Ranch has been very successful.
A regional access project. That's very, or map.
Yeah, it's been extremely, the community likes it. The ranch likes it. It's been very successful. If we could even do, because some of these big ranches, they may not want a ton of people, but you sign up in order to hunt the Matador Ranch. And then they call you and you come. So it's managed by FWP people.
So maybe I'll add to management.
And it really, that has really been a positive thing around that community. I no more.
Okay.
Something, how was it before, Cindy? Were they sequestered?
It was closed.
Oh, okay.
Rupert Murdoch bought the Matador.
He put two together, didn't he? Didn't he buy La Chance and the
mhm.
Matador?
And it was closed, but somehow they worked with them and you can shoot the oldest person that has shot a cow on the Matador Ranch is 94.
So was that Rupert?
No. But you know what I mean? And then they take them to the gutting station and all that.
Kind
So,
of a new template for how to be a neighbor in Montana.
yeah. And it's worked.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, Craig.
Well, nothing new. Certainly attitude, trust is part of it, but I think just attitude toward government and feeling of public assistance. They just don't want any part of it. For whatever reason, knowledge and awareness and the program. And I think their history as a landowner with hunter access and issues that dealing with hunter behavior and game damage and all those kinds of things drive a lot of that. I think the idea that more enforcement may be present with block management. It's their experience, the time they've been immersed in the Montana hunting culture. If they're new to it. A lot of landowners have no desire to have hunting until they feel the cost of being a landowner in Montana, and then that kind of forced into that situation.
That sounds like a new one. I don't know that that one's covered yet.
Like that combined with their sense of community. I think if being a part of the community is super important, then I think hunting becomes an avenue for them to do that. If they don't have that in it, and feel that or value that much, I don't know that hunting is involving the locals in hunting is a big deal for them.
That's a good comment, just like she was talking about with the Matador, like it's a community.
Yeah. As Drew said, I think amenity versus a working ranch is a major way they come to that decision.
So amenity versus working.
Yeah, I think you have it
Where
up
do we
there.
have that one?
Fashion. And they just folks that want
Personal
to,
use.
they just want to run their own program and want control. Yeah.
Right, that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Difficulty of getting a hold of the landowner because people don't have landlines and phone books anymore, and it's more difficult to get cell phone numbers and contacts. of these owners.
more connected.
more connected, but.
No.
But less available.
Right.
I think I caught everybody.
Doubling back to Cindy's thing with the Matador, I think when we saw that presentation, you know, our response was this repeatable more often. And in that case, it's localities that have, as we saw last night on Stephen properties, too many elk and well over objective, however you measure it. But having the ability to contact somebody in the department and get a response to solve that problem. I have heard it from, for example, folks over in the White Sulphur area where they're on block limited. They also outfit and yet elk get pushed to a location where they're untouchable.
Yep.
And then the department may or may not have a tool or ability to respond in those situations. I don't know if that's a MAPS opportunity, or I think with the advent of shoulder seasons, we don't do damage hunts. And to me, damage hunts were more flexible to a locale. And by resolving that with the landlord, you fixed a problem and created a relationship that was positive instead of nobody can do anything about this and I hate it. It's kind of like I mentioned yesterday, going down to Alder, one landowner with that pressure with a neighboring amenity owner is overwhelmed by the elk on occasion to the point of complete frustration. And I think that's where, and I believe that that person was on an access program, but it was never timely. Oh yeah. He said, if I could harvest these elk in June, it would be helpful when they're eating his hay. And again, he's small. So that relationship gets busted in those inabilities to respond in any way.
Does that get to program flexibility?
I think so when it's a problem. That's not a general hunting season issue. That's a problem elk capacity impact that's gonna pop up wherever it pops up in the state.
Mr. Chairman, is that the Stephen Ranch livestock? Is that there's been some legacy ranches change hands over there. Is there any of that harboring the elk over there or not? Where the elk move on and off Stephen livestock and run back and hide? Yeah, because it's just two different landowners that think of it in a different way.
Or one, yeah. That's a little different deal.
But it happens all over the
It-
state.
Yeah, I mean, we can all think of places where there's one harbored
Yeah.
location of elk, and, you know, there's one west of town where there's one harbored ranch and all aggregate cooperators around them, and it works 90% of the time really well, and the aggregate works really well to disperse hunters and move elk until a certain time here, and then they're all in that one place. And then when the hunting season ends, they go back to the others that participate. So how do you fix that? Yeah.
There was a guy told about a story, you know, this, guess you guys will like this one. He saved his money and went to Wyoming to hunt elk. Well, they were waiting on the forest line. He paid his motel room for 5 days and there was no elk. The elk were all in the neighbor's hay meadow. So he was complaining to somebody there and the guy said, one of the guys that lived there said, you guys all get out there and line up along the forest boundary on Sunday morning. And he said, we'll see if we can get the elk moved. There these over there, they're hiding. Here's this little Piper Cub come out of the airport at Buffalo, and they fly at the legal limit above this harboring ranch and started dropping 5-pound paper sacks of flour. And the elk all thundered back into the forest and said, hell, everybody got an elk.
That's a cooperative effort.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
I shouldn't have said it.
Just a little
I thought it was
Piper
pretty
Cub.
funny.
At least it's not recorded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe with a drone, you know, if you had a Reaper drone, you could go over there and kind of startle them a little.
I've heard that same comment though, up in the breaks. The woman said, gee, what hunting season, there's no elk here. But after hunting season, they're all on my land. If I could hunt after the hunting season.
Come for the hay.
Yeah.
Hay up and then run back and hide.
Okay, are we missing anything from our list of factors here?
I need some more check marks. I didn't get a single one on mine.
Oh. But it's up there.
So Chair, I'd recommend taking a break so that we can organize the factors for the next part of the work session. if
Great
you're okay
recommendation.
with that.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Okay. 10 minutes? 15 minutes. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
She's good. isn't she?
Yeah.
She can make sense out of what we are
We'll
babbling.
see.
That's a good idea.
It is. Oh, the paper, Piper. Have to fly over.
Yeah.
I don't know, would that be considered spotting?
Probably.
Can you still hear? No.
Actually, I hear better without them
Yes,
anymore.
yes.
Because all they do is have to.
The squeak and good conversation. You can hear. all the-
There's also a certain amount of stuff you just inherently have to
They'll-
endure.
Oh, we got a new chart.
Okay. Did some work while you were all taking. a break. So I just took the ones with the most check marks and I put them up here. So lack of trust was definitely the winner, followed very closely by lack of understanding of programs. Third was perception of lack of control of their property. So fourth, I did a little lumping and I want to make sure that you guys are okay with that because there were a couple ties.
Really?
So I just put incentives and I'm just wanting to make sure that that fits over here. It's this financial benefit of commercial opportunities, necessity for their business. Do you feel like that fits with incentive? Is everybody okay with that? And then I lumped with that the hunter management as another type of incentive. Okay. And then fifth is personal use of property. So this was mentioned in relation to somebody might have purchased it for recreation, or maybe they just desire privacy. So these are the 5 that I thought we could start walking through, just not knowing how many that we'll be able to really dive into, but we're not going to lose any of the other ideas. We'll make sure to capture that in our summary as well. I'm just thinking in the interest of time, these are the ones that we'll start focusing on today. If everybody's good with that. Paul's taking a picture.
Oh, yeah, your memory must be getting pretty short.
It's really good. It's really short. Got a great memory. Short.
So let's start with this first one, lack of trust with FWP and government. And this is specifically in the context of how it affects landowner participation in hunter access programs. So the first question that I have is, what is the department doing right now related to this topic of trust building? Maybe Jason, if you're willing to kick this off, or Quentin, related to landowners and specifically to in relation to our access programs, our hunting access programs.
I take a first stab and remind everybody of the director's opening remarks. As she talked about her first conversation with the governor, as the governor saw her and the chair, yeah, that is to improve the relationship between the department, maybe more broadly, the public engaged in hunting and agriculture. She's taken some, she's no more overtly supported some things that we've always done. Attend the industry groups for boat one example. And then I'll just stop there, Renee, just to say that from the leader, the director of Fish, Wildlife and Parks, her answer to that would be work on our relationship. So there's that direction. She hasn't established a long, hard, all-inclusive list of the steps to do, but she's clearly had that search pattern on her own ideas and then open, of course, to other public. But that's an effort to that's consistent with the direction that she manifests, and then that she's also very clearly from the government.
That's at a high level. And then if we go down to the program level, I've heard a lot about the access managers focusing on that very thing, building relationships with landowners. And Jason, I don't know if you want to expand on that.
Yeah, I think that's where it starts from, is a relationship and a timeliness of response, right? So whether it be the contract administration piece of it, or the payment piece of it, or the license benefit piece, just that we're responsive in our nature. I can't really quantify that. I can't dictate that it's happening every place all the time in every interaction. But that's something that we see as a customer service element that helps with that factor. Would be the timeliness of response from at least the access staff when a landowner has an inquiry.
So now I'll open it up to the rest of the group. What are your perspectives about what's currently happening?
What I see, and here again, I've talked to a lot of landowners out there. And I think the department's doing a great job. The access people are doing a great job with the people they're working with, block management and stuff. But it's the other 80% of the landowners that we're having problems with that I'm talking to. I don't talk to too many block management people that say, you know, I talk to ranchers that are just grundled about, you know, the lack of communication between them. And this is stemmed from many years ago, back in 2008, in that area where there was a lot of huge participation back then. And when they implemented the limited archery elk and the limited archery antelope permits, there was a lot of involvement from everybody back then. I think there was 2,000 comments made at the public, 44 public meetings. There were 1,800 written comments coming in from different people. Landowners were several hundred landowners, you know, involved in the conversation. And what they felt was that they came in and they opposed these proposals, and yet the commission and the department who recommended those proposals didn't listen to them. So I think they're pretty well, that's when this all started, is what I think. They just felt like they were not, why do I go to these meetings? Why do I show up? Why do I testify? You know, why do I get involved when they're not going to listen to us? And I think that's probably the biggest complaint I get nowadays. I mean, there's certain areas of those complaints that you can narrow it down even more. Too many elk, you know, too many hunters, whatever the deal is. But I think that's when this all started, is I think that they don't trust the department, and they do not. I begged them to, you know, get on calls, comment here, do things. It's like pulling things. It really is. And they just feel that the department doesn't listen to them. So what I would suggest is that you come up with an outreach program where you send people and you go talk to them, because they're not going to come to you. I know the department, like the last session over the elk management plan, I know they had, 2 different meetings all across the state on that elk management plan. They had public comments, but the landowners are not getting involved. That's pure and simple. They're just not. Because I read through almost all the public comments that came in, and there were very few landowners. And they just, a lot of the thing, right now you're having meetings on the season setting, and these guys are so busy right now, you know, they just, there's no way they're gonna come to a meeting and comment. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Ask a question to Paul. So just listening to what you had to say, Paul, you said that the landowners you talk to don't feel like they're being listened to. From your perception, or what you're hearing, is it a fact that they're not being listened to, or they're not being agreed with? Because I think there's 2 real different paths here. I mean, it's one thing that you don't agree with you make comments, but you know, you want this, but for whatever reason, they choose to go another direction. Or is it a case that they just simply are not interested in the landowner comments? And again, I'm just asking you for how you perceive that.
Okay, well, I've done quite a bit of studying on the archery elk permits and the antelope permits back in 2008. And it was overwhelmingly, the comments said it was overwhelmingly opposition to those from everybody, landowners, outfitters, business owners, non-residents, all those people. Very little, some support for the breaks from the public resident hunter, but the rest of the hunters out there were against it. But they had an agenda and they were going to do it. They felt that the department, the commission especially, had this agenda that they were going to do, and it didn't matter what everybody said. And that has really irritated them over the years, and it's just amplified now that They don't want to get involved. Why would they go and testify? It's not the fact that they made a decision. If it was biological science driven, which it wasn't, they would have probably been okay with it, but it wasn't. It was more political.
Other-
Out of curiosity, are these comments like available publicly somewhere or? I mean, where can you read these comments? Out of curiosity, I think it would be interesting to see.
I got them right here, Steph. If you want to see them.
A lot of times, if it's for a commission meeting, before the commission meeting, if you go to the page, they'll post a PDF of them.
Okay.
So you can read it there, yeah.
2008,
Yeah,
I
this
mean,
is
is that
17
still?
years ago, right?
Yeah, is
Something
it
that-
still valid?
Right.
If you go to like they have an archive of public comments, so I think they have it there, but I'm not sure.
I'm just curious. I mean,
Yeah.
what the percentage of.
Just to bring this around. Taking off from what the director said yesterday, going forward, how do we go
Mhm.
forward? Paul,
Yeah,
how do we go forward? Because I think we can all come up with plus and minus examples in trust, credibility, and et cetera, in regards to perception. And I think you've got to start at a point in time, which is now,
mhm.
to build that or rebuild it or whatever you want to establish it with at this point. I think one of the unique challenges this department agency has is the fact that it is guided and directed and dictated to by multiple entities. And it creates all these conflicting big picture issues that are very difficult to implement. I mean, the department has a commission that sets seasons and impacts everything that goes on. And this is the way it is. I'm not knocking it. It's just a statement as to what it is. A commission and a legislature and an administration. And I think that's where, and then you add the mix of sportsmen's groups into it that are loud voices and other groups. It can be ag groups, it can be outfitting groups. This is why we're here, is to kind of sift through this. You know, this is why this group is made up of sports people, outfitters, and landowners. And I think to go forward, it's kind of like watching that movie last night. How do you go forward? What does it mean? And that's the challenge, because what is the state today of these relationships? And I think I can see, you know, the historic realities of what has brought us here, but what is today? I mean, this is a new administration, and you have to, I think you have to take that and go forward with it. All of us do. You know, and I do think the tenor, for the most part, is better than it was 4, 5, 6 years ago amongst all those voices. So, you know, as I mentioned with one incident over here with Spotted Dog, so what? That's what created it. Now, how do we rebuild an understanding and trust going forward? So to me, that is, what do the customers expect? I think we know what hunters expect. You know, really, if you put all hunters together, they expect access to everything on earth.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of going out there. I mean,
If
I'm
they
a
could
hunter.
have their druthers, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it's,
Right.
It's true.
so, but what do landowners expect, you know? And I think this is where we are today. This crossroads is, you know, and I keep going back to the complexion of the land. You have to work together and build that understanding and trust across the board, because the land mixture in this state is unique. And if everybody expects to implement this model of wildlife conservation that we say we love, it's that combined effort of all these parties to make it happen. So I think we have to go from there going forward. You know, what does the landowner expect for wildlife management with all those things we know? The impacts on their land, if they want to cooperate with hunting, and their frustration surrounding that. I mean, that's a great big how to do. I probably just messed it up, but, you know, it's like, this is where we are. I mean, and I don't mean that in a disparaging way, because actually most of these programs are quite successful. Arguably the most successful in the entire West. So building on it in a positive direction, you know, looking at why all this stuff was created and how it fits together now to make the best cohesive presentation to the potential cooperator, I think is the only way to go forward. Drew?
Will you ask your question again? For that-
Yes,
for that first
yes,
one,
yeah.
and then I'll chime in.
So when you're thinking about this lack of trust with FWP or the government in relation to increasing landowner participation in our hunting access programs, what activities are we currently doing and what could we be doing to increase participation?
Right, and so social issues are hard to quantify, right? As a recreation scientist, social scientist. But we do have some data points that we can look at, and to your point, you know, we have less acres in block management, but we have more cooperators. So that's a data point that says we are doing things correctly. We also have another data point of increase in user days. So that's another data point that it is successful, because if it was truly that crummy of an experience, those user days would start to drop off. So one of the things that I wrote down that I would lean into and target with our access managers is, okay, we know that we're getting smaller parcels. Why fight that? Let's go look and let's look for those people who are cooperating organically. Are we spending all of our resources, time and money on a shotgun approach? Or are we spending time and money now? Are we skewing that towards those smaller landowners, not giving up on the large landowners, but saying, hey, we know this is working. Let's put more effort from the team into that. That's where I would probably start my focus.
So Drew, you're saying coming up with a targeted outreach campaign.
Yes.
To smaller landowners, to encourage them to enroll.
And if I could make that more granular, I'd say smaller landowners who are also residents.
And maybe outreach campaign isn't the right terminology, because we're talking about the context of building trust.
Outreach targets. And there's plenty of other things too, but I think that's where I would start. That seems to be in my mind, the lowest hanging fruit for opportunity.
Other thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, do you want that to just target the small acreage? Why wouldn't you just include everybody? If you got somebody that you think might be amenable to doing it. You know, if most areas have ranches and you know families change and different things, there might be an opportunity after grumpy guy goes away, you can slip in there and you know what I'm saying, and change one.
You want me to chime in on that?
Sure.
So my thought wasn't to not target large ranches. It's just that we see smaller ranch sizes being a greater participant. And we see the bigger ones dropping off. So again, if we look at 100% of our resources and we're just shotgunning that across all categories, if we know that the smaller ones are participating at a higher rate, let's carve out more of that 100% number towards that. We're still going to go look for the big legacy ranches. We're still going to try and build that trust and get those to cooperate, but they're less likely. So we need to go put effort into where we're more likely to get participants.
Sounds good. Sometimes the legacy ranches become several smaller properties, you know, so might be a way to slip some of that in there.
Okay. block management program has changed quite a bit over the years. And it used to, and it's not any longer one size fits all. And I think there needs to be highlight on how the program has changed. Because especially these generational ranches, they remember when. I think a highlight on how well the program is and how it can accommodate different needs for different properties. And I don't think people realize that the flexibility that is there. And I have a list, so be patient with me. You know, people want to participate in wildlife management, especially landowners. And they want to be heard and they want to be part of that decision making. And how do we do that and let them feel like they're the co-owner of an outcome that the commission takes on their decisions? How do we, I mean, I don't know the answer, but that's the question. How do we, it's not just the commission's decision, it's the citizens of Montana's decision. And how did the commission come to that decision? And a lot of people just think, well, the commission said, well, what was that input? Where did that input come from? So give credit to the landowners, give credit to the sportsmen that came up and talked, not yelled. That's the ones we want, you know. If they start yelling, I mean, yeah. But we want those who will sit in the room and talk with no problem. I think there is a lot of misinformation. I also think this is a wild idea, but if we can help collaborate with other nonprofits, other entities, other programs to help some of these ranches put up wildlife friendly fences. They can't afford to put up those fences, but if somehow we can work on those type of things, wildlife friendly fences, that it is all falling on FWP shoulders. We need to expand that so we can do more. So, yeah. And here's a wild one. What if we just put up a sign, a nice sign on somebody's property? Thank you for opening up access and helping the people of Montana. Because we're not going to convince somebody who doesn't need the income, but they want to have a good reputation in the community. You know, money is not always the answer.
Nope.
Yeah. All right, there you go.
Other thoughts?
Just as it relates to kind of current activities, we're doing some staff training because it's really enforcement and wildlife as well that helps out. It's not just access staff that's having these local contacts, especially in eastern Montana where we have hundreds and hundreds of landowners we're working with. We can't do that. So we try to encourage some staff training. It's limited. I don't think it's as in depth as what we would like to do, but it's making sure that staff are not over promising, telling landowners what we can and can't do, and making sure that's communicated well, because we don't want to upset that trust by finding out what staff promised isn't actually what we can do.
And that's another thing you're facing now that you didn't face years ago with all the social media. You're dealing with emotions, not actual facts. And so, emotions are replacing facts. That's tough.
Yeah. To go to number one, and this is really specific to Region 7. I hear from a lot of the block management participants, their satisfaction with the interaction they have with Travis and his staff. And I've heard that numerous times, like, gosh, Travis is out at my kitchen table and we need something, he's out there, or one of his people are out there. But
it's also a lack of that just because of capacity, you know, with the PALA and all the block management areas and the number of personnel, it's really hard, you know, I'm guessing, for them to go out unless they get, someone calls them or whatever, just to start stopping by people's places and say, hey, you interested, or can I explain block management? But I don't know what the solution to it is, but I do believe that the fact that they've taken the time to sit down at people's table and visit with them, that message, when those ranchers or farmers have coffee with one another and they say, hey, these people came and visited with me and, you know, they lived up to what they said they were going to do, that really resonates with the rural community.
Yeah, I think I've been on just chatting with the access managers too, and we see that from the access program. I think we are the landowner specialists, meaning we work with and have a variety of interactions with a variety of landowners. What I think potentially an action item would be to help perpetuate that through other staff as far as their understanding of landowner timelines, needs, expectations, communications, responsiveness, all the things we've talked about. Because I do get often complaints from cooperators, not about our access staff, but just other staff in general who don't know how to talk to a landowner or there's just potentially an education effort that we could do with FWP staff to help other staff understand as well the landowner experience. And again, not trying to throw stones at anybody, and I think there are some folks that do a really great job, and there's some folks that just, you're removed from the land and you don't understand when you go through a wildlife biology degree what that experience is like. I've got 2 degrees and not one of them was talking about how to deal with private lands or private land ownership. It's all about managing critters.
Great. Mr. Chairman, just, yeah, it's bringing it sensitive, I guess, but I think part of the thing, and just some other work that I do, Jason, and I would say Quentin as well, is I think there's a mixed feeling by field staff as to what their responsibility and ability is to contact some of these people. We work with some of these landowners in another program. The field biologists and wardens are tickled pink that we ask them to participate because it's the first time they get to meet these people, which is a shock to me. Just Quentin, and near my time with the agency, that was the strength of kind of what we did. And I'm just saying, there's a feeling amongst them, and they're not, I'm not going to name names, anything. It's just, there's a feeling that that's all kind of drawn into Helena, and Helena's supposed to kind of take care of that, and they're supposed to just kind of go on their way with some of these landowners. And so I just offer that up, whether it's true or not. That's perceptions in the field and in 3 different regions that we've been working in now. And just, I think the other thing is, I mean, and I may be, this may be just a lone guy, but if I ask our owner, and we have in the past, what would it take for you to be involved in block management? He's not a big, he's not anti-government. He just likes to run his own programs, doesn't want to take social programs. But there's an interest. We have a different management goal than what the regulations are currently for the hunting district. And I think and I'm just going to say this, if there was more opportunity to protect some of the bull elk in that hunting district, he would be way more interested in crafting a block management access program. And so I wonder if that's just true with some of these other landowners, that it's not just a mistrust of government, it's just there's conflicting management goals with what they want to do on their property. And I know with Devil's Kitchen, when I think about that, and Quentin, correct me, but that season was kind of crafted because you had a geographic area that it worked and you kind of met those different interests that those landowners had and all that, plus the public. But like and that model's, tried to replicate that. It's, yeah, but, and I'm not saying you haven't, Jason, it's just that when I see this, it's like what screams out at me is like trying to get these places where we have these problematic management situations and trying to craft something on a scale that's going to have an impact on that situation, whatever it is, whether it's cross hunting district boundaries or regional boundaries, and trying to use block management in a strategy to kind of get at those things and have the flexibility through the hunting regulations, maybe to be able to get the access you need, to target the critters you need and protect the other ones that there's interest in protecting from at least the landowner standpoint. So, just offer that.
Mr. Carroll. Some of the things that I know about up in our area, there was a neighbor that acquired another little piece of property. Well, it had been in block management with the previous owner, so they left it in block management for 2 years and nobody paid them. It never got transferred over. And so it's in ask first now. And the rest of their property that was there was in ask first, but what he did was he donated a hunt for a charitable deal for pheasants or something, and so then he could direct where he wasn't after the revenue. He wanted to direct it. He did a moose hunt for a neighbor girl that drew a tag, and they wanted it to be more self-directed. And so it's not closed to hunting, it's just closed to block management. Because if somebody comes in, signs the box, they own your ranch for the day. And the more that come, the more they're own it. And so it was just a lack of personal control on it was excluded from hunting, it was just excluded from block management. You wanted to know who was there, and you didn't want to have to wake up and answer the phone at 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever. So that was really good.
I think the key word that landowners want is respect. Honestly feel that they're not respected out there. And the reason I went back to when this kind of all started, you got to kind of know where it all started at to make some changes and understand why they feel the way they do. I look forward, I'm constantly trying to get people in meetings and going places and come and comment here. It's a big effort. And I know we want to move forward, that we have to move forward. But I think you need to know why they feel the way they do.
I'm wondering if the public isn't part of the problem. We put a lot of pressure on those landowners, to open up or to, comply with our stuff. I don't know how to change that though.
Well, you would say that from being from Butte.
I would, doggone it.
Well, this is a good discussion. I think the next step is you all have a note card. So take one note card, one that's blank, and if you need one, I've got more. And then within this context of our first item here, what is your best idea? Something the department could do, an activity that would build trust with FWP and government, and ultimately lead to more landowners enrolling in our hunting access program.
Are we going to get a grade if we do a really good job with
a star?
You're jumping ahead, Lee. You're jumping ahead. So your best idea. Donna had some wild ideas. I like wild ideas. Okay, and then when you're done, like people are just wrapping up here, you're gonna pass it to neighbors to the right.
So who gets?
Somebody's
voted
not
on it?
gonna
The
be able to
s'mores?
read all my shorthand.
Yes.
This- That goes to Donna or to Cindy. That one goes
This one
to
goes-
Drew.
And you don't have to put your name on it. They could be
You
anonymous.
could- I can't keep two.
We're passing twice.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
I got this, August, this one.
Two down?
Yep.
I get raised.
No,
Sorry, I
Cindy's is, I think, in
shorthanded.
Drew's right hand. Well, it doesn't matter though.
This one, is this one yours, Cindy?
No.
That one,
We're doing two.
Oh, you're doing
Two
two,
to the right.
okay.
Yes.
I don't know if you can read that. I
You
can't.
have good handwriting.
Okay, so now you're gonna rate the idea on a scale of 1 to 5,
Oh, man.
5 being the best idea. Humor me here, we're trying something out, trying to sort through our ideas quickly.
How would we do
We're gonna pass it again.
It's a one.
So
We did
is
two.
one high and?
One is low.
One
meaning
is low
You
and
wouldn't,
five
that
is
would be
high.
your best idea in your mind.
10, 1 to 10?
1 to 5.
Oh, okay.
Even numbers on
No point fives.
No, yes.
True.
Just-
I don't
Okay, we're gonna pass it
Point
again.
I was thinking
Oh,
one.
no.
Yeah, let's do it again.
3.2.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are we doing? Five.
Passing it to again.
one.
Who do, I get somebody up here.
One.
That's go
That
to-
sounds good. What?
Put 1 to the right?
2 to the right. Just make sure you're not scoring your own.
Is that yours or not mine?
And then put your score below the other one. Don't be biased by the score that's on.
Mine.
This
1 through 5.
Can I
Just score it again.
Have to go. We're gonna add
I
them
like
all up and see who gets it 35 or whatever.
Yeah,
it is.
you got it.
Okay. So what are we supposed to do with these?
Pass them down again.
keep passing them
Same
to
things.
Yeah.
You guys score the
Don't
idea.
let Quentin look over
I'm
your
not
shoulder.
really
He's gonna get.
I'm not sure.
This is cheating. Quentin's looking over.
How he got through school, what do you mean?
Okay, let's pass them 2 again.
Two again.
Okay, so who gets this one?
There's-
So this one is for
I think
Donna.
2 down
This
to.
one is for you.
I don't know if you did get- Here, you can have this one.
That's yours.
No, I don't have one. I'm not, I'm
You must
observant.
have the one that we all are like.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll rank it though.
I don't get to do
I'm
that.
calling
one.
your roll.
I got-
Okay.
Don't ever give anybody a 5.
If you
I
can't-
I've seen some fives.
Zero?
Nobody gets them.
Well, I mean, what does that mean?
I didn't know.
Okay, this one's yours.
That's why I'm ranking it zero.
Yeah.
If you can't be,
No, I don't know if I got the right one.
yeah, if it-
Can I go ahead and do? this
Oh,
one?
Yeah, as long as it's not
How
yours.
This one get this many numbers on.
I know I have one.
Okay, there should be a 4th number on it.
I'm missing.
That
one.
doesn't
So
yours.
he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, you already did it? Oh, my gosh.
What a sweat.
You know, if it comes right back to me, I
Okay,
can, I
yeah,
can.
we've got some math
the
experts. in
curve.
That's right.
I feel like.
Challenging us.
I know, it's-
It's been a long time since any of us took a test.
Okay, and then we're gonna pass it one more time, so there should be 5 scores.
You don't score your own, do you?
No, you don't. So keep
Go
it.
ahead, you put a 5 on it.
I got a 10.
Oh, I see. There was different ideas. It was.
It's a
Oh,
lot. we're having-
oh, did somebody do 2 ideas?
Somebody did lots of
There was-
ideas.
there was like-
There's looked like.
How many do I put on this one?
I don't know who's that
I
one.
didn't know he had.
Oh, yeah, it's just your best one.
Oh,
That's
wow.
okay, we'll do
I
this.
didn't hear that.
We'll do it
this
again. We
one
got 4 more chances to get it right.
No, I think we're done.
Oh,
Okay, so
Yeah.
once you have a card that has 5 scores, go ahead and add up
Okay,
the
who's-
scores.
I have no cards.
Do I? I think I have 5. I think I have
I'm gonna
5.
let you
I'm
add
not sure.
that one up. It's got 14 numbers on it.
Okay.
1, 2,
Now
3,
add
4,
the
5.
Well, I had.
This one has 6.
I don't think I'm supposed to
It's okay.
What's coming back? Nobody even
think-
thought that was right, you know, I just agreed with everybody.
Okay, this one's only got 4 on each.
I don't know what to do with that one, teacher.
Okay.
Be that.
This one, we don't even need to go anywhere with.
Maybe we should start over and just do one thing.
We'll be okay.
It was kind of fun though.
It was kind of fun. Everybody passed.
The
This
consensus
is like
count.
total quality management.
You guys over there can't count too.
First grade.
Well, I think it was like,
Makes sense,
it was
though,
like all of a
what
sudden, there were
happened
like
too, you're
several
not gonna
cards
end up
over
where
here.
you want.
Like, I don't know where these are.
You're supposed to have one.
I don't
add 'em
know.
up. I'm not.
I'm not a mathematician.
Everyone, that's the idea we're going with.
Dale, that's okay. I don't have one either.
Hands down to superintendent.
Somebody.
Do you want those?
Nope, keep them.
Oh, keep 'em?
Yep,
Oh.
keep them.
They did,
We're supposed to keep those.
oh, you are?
Are we supposed to have?
No.
No, just keep the one you've got and make sure you added
I
it up.
can't add that. You
Want me to
added
help
up.
you?
You can't add that to 40.
Very good.
Oh, you got a whole bunch of
Oh,
I
scores
know.
here. Oh, because you have 2 different ideas.
That's
So
only
I'll
got
give this
4.
one a
No, it's only
3.
one. It's only one idea.
There's only 4 there.
He's been on
4.
tirade.
I couldn't
five
help
on
it.
You
I thought we were supposed to put down ideas. I didn't know we were gonna rank them.
Count on
So I
it.
had 2,
So next time,
Yeah.
only 1.
Okay,
So what we
so
end up with for
Best
cumulative
idea.
375.
I gave that one a
We have
15.
a best
Okay.
idea.
So I just took the average and multiplied it by
So
5.
what's this? Oh, there's 2.
They've got
We
2
had to do
ideas.
2. Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I gave this idea 20,
Oh,
this
okay.
idea.
Okay, thanks. Now you gotta help. Oh, Drew signed his. Drew, what are you trying to get extra credit for being?
Yeah, so I would score that
I'm
one.
just
as a
proud.
15.
That's a 15.
I don't need to hide myself.
Question mark is score.
Teacher's
I
pet.
love that.
Yeah, times 5.
I was taught to sign your work.
Okay, does everybody have their sheet score? Do we have any 25s?
Well, mine totals up to 35.
Well, no, just
Oh, Lord.
some cards have more than one idea,
Oh,
I
okay.
do want to go home sometime today.
which is okay. So those are 2 separate scores.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, did anyone get theirs, got all 5s? Okay, how about anything between 20 and 25?
I got a 20.
I got a 20. I
Okay,
got a 23.
oh, what's the 23?
Greater amount of personal face-to-face communication with public.
Public or landowners?
This is public. I'm not going to change their words.
Does somebody who maybe wrote that want to clarify?
I thought about it and I thought. Yeah, the focus is on landowners, but really they need to have, the whole program needs to be, I think there's opportunities to explain the program and have that face-to-face communication with all individuals, not just focused, not solely directed at landowners.
Okay, so with all the public, including
Right.
landowners.
I mean, realistically, landowners aren't the only ones that have lack of trust with FDP and government.
Exactly.
So, I mean, building that relationship overall, I think would be a good thing.
How about 22?
I have a 23 as well,
What do
actually,
you do?
with 6 scores for 23.
Big
Yeah,
cheater.
let's go.
I don't know what's on
Well, I
it.
was gonna say, if that's the case, then I have 6 stores and that one is higher than 20. 27.
41 something like that.
Drew, take an average.
Yeah, multiply it times 5, 3.83.
Take an average and
Personnel
multiply by 4.
personally contacting non-participating landowners and talking to them about programs.
See, there's that personal touch again. Communication.
What we can do is when we have all of the reporting data is all done on the app, we can turn all those people who are doing that into our personal contactors.
Yeah.
Okay, how about a 22?
You're welcome.
21? 20. I know we got a bunch.
I got a 20.
You want to read it?
Communicate well with landowners beyond access staff.
Okay, so is that getting to Jason's thought that we would have various FWP staff?
So actually, yeah,
Or is that,
it was actually, mine was the one item was a two-part focus, which is that part of it is staff training to communicate well to the landowner beyond the access staff. So biologists, wardens, whoever it is that's making that contact to have
What do you call that training?
sensitivity training,
Oh, my.
effective training for communication with landowners.
Send all the landowners through it too, so they can have some sense of training.
let them take that landowner stewardship course.
Who else got a 20?
Showcase current enrollees in FWP communications, i.e. Facebook, mailings, programs. Attend outdoors, thank the landowner.
Send them a text.
You know, that's one thing I do notice is these meetings that they have. I ask them if they even know about them. I don't think I bet you 70% of people don't know about it. Because unless you get the email from the department, which I do, and so, but a lot of people don't get it. Sometimes one of the sporting groups will put it on Facebook, but that's it. And if they put it in the paper, no one's gonna read it there. So they need a better outreach on these notices for meetings and stuff.
So you guys came up with 3. I know this was a little clunky, but I actually think you came up with some pretty good themes and ideas in these 3. So if you're comfortable passing all the cards back up here, and I'll collect those, and then we'll move to the next one.
Are you gonna burn them? Have a fire.
Pass them to the left, right? Oh, except over there, you pass them.
Except Drew's got his name on his.
Okay,
Sorry.
all right, are we ready to move to number 2?
Oh, God.
Okay. Lack of understanding. So again, Jason, do you want to kick us off? What are we currently doing now to help landowners better understand programs?
As it relates to public access land agreements and UPLs or PALAs, the primary way we had done that in 2020 and 2023, so we haven't done it for the last couple of years, was to do a direct mail marketing campaign to those landowners who qualified based off our geospatial analysis. Provided basically a twofold brochure with of course contact information. As it relates to block management, it's just a word of mouth and or press release. We're not doing anything really that formal, I would say, at a statewide level to improve a lack of understanding about block management. Usually it's just one-off conversations or, phone calls or whatever. Oftentimes it's even neighbor to neighbor that they are expressing interest, so then they contact us, but it's not something I would say that we're really actively recruiting to promote an improved understanding. And then elk hunting access agreements, those are about the same way. Those are a little bit more volatile because each year they've kind of changed. And so even just as far as when the applications are available and our SOPs and stuff, those are posted, but we're not outside from an access perspective, outside of the access programs. There are some things that enforcement is doing as far as encouraging wardens to really dig into creating landowner interest. We're providing some enforcement information, but I would say that those two are kind of as they come to us. We're not beyond a press release, we're not really doing a whole lot. to
We have a
promote it.
website and
Yeah, I
some
mean, it's
program
not-
guides, materials.
And we have a landowner fact sheet and that kind of stuff. But it's not near what we did for the PALA effort or EPL effort.
So when you think about what we're currently doing, what are some general thoughts on what we could improve or what might be helpful? Where we dive into this idea.
Are you asking us?
One of the things that I see is that even with current block management participants, landowner participants, there's a real misconception at times of what is allowed and not allowed, or what they can do and they can't do. And I think it would be helpful to have a Q&A sheet that says, is it true that I have to open all of my acres on my ranch if I'm in block management? I mean, that's something that I hear at times. And to answer those questions and say, no, the program provides flexibility and yes, you can have areas that are closed, for whatever, for your reasons or whatever, but there's a whole list of those kind of things that I have heard over the years. And I think for some participants, even though they're not true, they're real in their mind. And I think the department, it may be advantageous for them to find a way to address those concerns.
Jason, I got a question for you. Do you feel that the staff now has enough time and does a good enough job explaining the, I guess the understanding of the programs, what they can and can't do? Or do you need more time on more staff, or are we mainly talking about? I think we're trying to get new participants. We're trying to deal with the people that aren't enrolled in block management. So do you feel that the ones that are enrolled do understand the rules and limitations and, yeah.
I think in large part, the ones that are enrolled understand the programs that they're enrolled because they're as part of the agreement process, that's just how it works. And then it changes yearly. But as far as those that are not, and to your pointed question about staff capacity, I would argue that depending on what your measurement of success is, we don't have enough staff capacity to implement even those 4 at that personal contact level to develop that understanding.
So you're saying basically you're getting by with what you have now with the people you're working with now, but adding additional, that means you're gonna need more help to do that, correct?
Yeah, yep. And then also even enforcement and biologists, those that are, I mean, it's an enforcement piece too. I mean, the biologist plays out too, but there's an element there that we can't, if we take on more properties, we can't even enforce them. So, but as far as understanding of programs, I perceive that we could do much more if given the capacity to do so.
Will that $50, that $35 boost in base hunting licenses help you? Is that gonna help revenue for the block management program?
It'll definitely help the cash balance of the program, yes.
Can you use that for added staff and stuff?
We are going to talk about some of that. We don't have the full authority to spend what actually is going to be in cash. So we were able to get an authority increase based off of the passage of that. But it's not what we expect the cash that will produce. So we'll be looking at potentially another authority increase in 2027. But yes, we could use some of that money for staff.
If we're trying to get new cooperators, and this goes to the number of people that you can afford to send out there. You need to send them to the Stockman's meetings and the FFA meetings, just to let people know, because that's where new cooperators are gonna be. All of those.
The last couple years, FWP has been more proactive at attending those events. So wool growers, grain growers, stock growers, and Farm Bureau. Quentin always goes and gives an FWP update, but the last few years, maybe the last 2 years, we've had booths, like a booth space. And we've also staffed it at times with access managers. It's not a frequent, every day, all the time somebody's there, but we bring staff in and out of those meetings for that very purpose, just to answer questions. I don't think we see it more as an enrollment, focused enrollment, but it is definitely an opportunity to help in a maybe minor way improve understanding.
It's a touch point.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, may I? Yeah,
Please.
Just to piggyback off of that, it's advertising. We're selling a product, right? And I'll preface with an example, right? Look at how long they've been advertising real IDs in the state of Montana. And then when the deadline came, how many people still didn't know about it? You know, we're never going to get everybody. We're never going to have 100% of the landowners in the state know about this or fully understand it. But the more touch points we have, and I would say, if I was to give a criticism, it would probably just be that we're not doing enough of those touch points, which is probably limited because of staff and resources.
Mr. Chairman. All right, I could ask Jason. Listening, I want just some clarification. What I hear, correct me, is as an agency, you're kind of at capacity with what you have enrolled now. Fair.
Yep.
So what's the goal of, I guess if I'm producing Oreos and I'm producing kind of a max can right now, but the demand is going to exceed that. What's the strategy there? I mean, I'm just asking, like, so is that sort of like we're positioning ourselves to be able to go and ask for more help? Is that the deal, or is at some point you're gonna have to pick and choose landowners just based on overabundance?
Yeah, there's a variety of things there, right? So one is we don't have from a program level, what is success?
Yeah.
We don't know if all we know is that based off of the legislative discussions, what we have currently is not success or not meeting expectations from a legislative standpoint.
Yeah.
Because they're asking more landowners, more acres. What are you doing to increase? And unfortunately, we've never set that our benchmark is 1,300 landowners. If we meet 1,300, we're doing great. As far as the increase, I think twofold, right? One is things cost more. So in order to keep the same number of landowners we have today, it will cost us more this year than it did last year. So that also creates a need for ask for more. That's not picking up additional properties. And so the other piece of that is, I would say, I don't know what the saturation point is. I don't know at what point the level of investment to get a new landowner enrolled in whatever program matches what we currently have. Like what's our saturation point? How many landowners could we realistically expect with X amount of dollars? And I think that's one thing that we just don't know, other than what we currently have as determined by the legislature is not enough. And I don't know if you want to add anything to
No,
my rambling.
I think that was a great explanation, and I just say, yeah, we're considering asking for additional resources, because as you guys are working on these ideas, staff are working on ideas as we funnel these up to the director's office. I can't imagine that we're not gonna need to ask for more resources to be able to do this stuff.
Can I do a follow-up question? So that's what's screaming in my mind when I'm doing this. It's like, just as a person, it's like, what's the target here? What are we working toward? And it's like, it seems like, and I could be dead wrong, that would be a value to you to run the program and to bring the whatever you need, that structure in place to achieve that goal. So has there been conversations about what that looks like, Jason, like?
Very, very minimally. In 2013, there was an effort to develop a comprehensive hunting access plan, but it kind of fell apart. I think part of it that we're also asking for is efficiencies and technology piece, right? So the more efficient we can become, the more we can use technology to reduce staff hours to go check a box, for example. That will also free up staff time to go do more landowner recruitment. So there's also that piece of it too, that we're kind of in this unknown of how much can we shift one way versus another way, and what will that free up, both man hours and dollars. But right now, our current structure is that we do everything manually. So all of the boxes you see are all collected, counted, manually entered, calculated. Everything's done in a manual process. And so our hope is that someday that will become more digital, and then that will free up, then, techs will be able to talk to landowners versus counting coupons.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Which will also come with its own administrative burden, but that's kind of the future that we're looking towards. But yeah, there is currently no acceptable measure of success.
Mr. Chairman, this might be an erroneous assumption, but aren't we already at everything that anybody wants to have open to landowners or land managers want to be open is already open to hunting, whether it's to their friends, to their, other than the inaccessible public land. And so, I don't know that more incentivization with cash or whatever, there's already an opportunity to outfit, to do all those kind of things. Maybe we're already at utopia, really are as good as we can get it. Sometimes maybe we're just trying to improve the wheel. I don't know, that's just something to throw out there, but the guys, the ask first guys, there's no way to quantify it. And there's a lot of them that let their neighbor, their brother-in-law or somebody in there to hunt. And that's the level of involvement that they want. And there's no way to quantify that. So I don't think that we're really doing it all that wrong, except we need to figure out some way with willing participants to access the inaccessible public land.
I'd have one final comment in. Kind of two-part, but again, getting back to the multiple programs that have been created and are offered, they've all come for a reason through the legislature from some entity. And so there's always this perception that this is how we can get more access. The last one created was the corridor access through block as a separate thing than power. So that's the latest. So there's always this perceived need. And yet, I think what's happened in the last 5-6 years maybe is the focus has been on PALA, communication to the landowner, and even EHA. And so if we consider we focused a lot on EHA for 30 contracts and a much less enumerated success, whether it's acres or hunters, that's where the focus and time, in my perception, has been for the last number of years. So that's fine, and those are up and going. But I don't think we've really talked much to the landowner about block. And as I think about people that have gotten out, when they got out, I think the cap was 17.5. What was before 25?
12.
Okay. And
15 was the cap
15.
before.
Mhm.
It was 12,
So 15.
12, 15,
Yep.
25, 50.
Yeah. So that's been addressed. Craig asked about that earlier to sort of catch up in terms of the valuation compared to the other opportunities. But in addition to that, what we've seen with the addition of PALA is many of those block cooperators, I don't think understand they could add PALA. So to me, there's the capacity, what can the department do? And there's this section we just dealt with that communication level at the personal level and the big level. But maybe just going back to, here's Block today, you know, this is the most successful program out there. This is what it is today with a focused direction towards non-participants in what Block is. If you're gonna have one central focus. Yet I think it has to be tied with that simplification of the tools in the toolkit. So one access program, and here's your options, and re-advertise it that way, however you do it, broadly and personally.
Okay, are we ready to try this one more time? I think it's gonna go smoother. So only one idea per card. One idea, your best idea that would improve landowners' understanding of programs. One idea, yes, just one. And if anyone needs another card,
Do you want us to use these cards or?
or yeah, you could use this one.
Are we signing them this time?
It's up to you.
Yeah, Lee, it's up to you.
No, I want to see. I'm not
Sign
gonna
the
sign
signature.
mine. Everybody think I'm stupid. They already know it.
Two. Number two, yep.
Pass two over.
Wait, I'm not done.
Oh, yeah, hold on one
Let
second.
me,
Nope.
you can start without me, I guess.
I'm still writing. too.
And the long one.
You think you're gonna get an A? I doubt it.
I just.
Okay, are we ready to
I'm just
pass?
hoping I get a
Okay, let's
passing
pass.
grade.
Two people.
Donnie gets to look at mine every time then.
One,
Let's
two.
go to, that one goes to Drew, the bottom one, and that one is. I get yours, eh?
Yep.
Good.
I get it.
To Drew, and that one must go to,
Please do.
to Ray.
One,
it's a long
one to
one.
five, five is the
You gotta be
best.
able to read this one.
It's for Craig.
Oh, we're already going down, okay.
Going too
Scoreboard.
slow.
How's that, Drews?
I didn't put my name on it.
Oh, yeah.
You're always you got the really good one. You're gonna get an A.
Okay, are we ready to pass?
Holy crikey, I must be really.
Getting
tired.
faster. I'm not.
Just choose whichever one you want to do,
Yeah,
then the other one will pass.
I'll just
I get
keep
this-
passing. These guys are just, I can't even read them that fast.
Ah. Fives out Chairman Wheel.
Have you?
Oh, hell no. No.
That
There you go. That's what
Might
Colin
have
got.
changed your-
sounds,
might wanna change your
That's
mind.
yours.
Add another square.
hmm,
Oh, this
I like
little
this one.
square is.
Yeah.
Who did this? Somebody.
That was
That's
Drew.
you. That's you, 100%.
Trying to help. Well, slow
He's
down.
kind of,
This one's got
I
a lot
see
of
that.
hours on it.
what's the other one?
So you're
Yeah,
gonna have.
Somebody's trying to
Maybe
help.
Autistic.
That's okay. We'll figure it out.
Is that?
I don't know.
Trying to
I'll-
read.
I think it's the passing it two down. is
That's mine. I don't get to vote.
I
It's
just
just
feel
not
like the-
working, yeah.
the two
Over.
is the confusion.
It's too many.
Maybe I should just.
Oh, that's yours?
Here.
Did it get to everybody?
This one's got 4 on it. Is that enough? Or are you supposed to get to
We want to get
5?
to five
Oh,
numbers.
okay, there must be some more coming then.
That one's got 5.
One.
Somebody must have
I
really.
feel like
wanted to
everybody
see
reads
that.
the little squares at the bottom.
Oh, we
It's
get-
full.
Do we
Is
put
it like
five
yours?
numbers on it?
This one
Yes.
needs.
You do that one.
one
Hang
more.
on to it when you get 5 numbers. 1, 2, 3,
Yes.
4. I'll do the fifth
Here, you
one.
can have this one.
Okay.
There's 5. 5 scores.
I got this one's up to
Oh, you
5.
gotta keep it.
This
Oh,
one,
I keep
But
it.
it's got
Five.
5 numbers.
Now we have to add
And
it
then
up.
add it up.
Oh,
Okay,
who
Is
has
anyone
2?
missing a card?
I'm missing the card.
Here, I'll
Here,
yeah.
it doesn't matter. I'll give him this one. I'll take it. Thank you.
We even screwed that up, didn't we? After we had a practice.
So I'll do it.
Pretty bad.
Oh.
Someone.
I have one.
That only has 4.
What the hell over?
You get the one with 40 numbers. Here, put a number on it, give it back to me.
How you doing?
Wow.
We're not very good at this stuff.
Okay, there.
Okay, does everybody have a card?
Everybody else.
Did anybody get a 25?
Right,
25? I need 24s. 23? 22? Oh my gosh, you guys aren't coming up with good ideas.
We really
You're not.
We really are.
It's our scoring, we're perfecting it.
21? 20? 19?
Haven't I?
Okay, all right.
But 19.
Okay, I'm ready for a 19.
I'll go. App website assigning to access programs and do survey cards to count digitally and free up staff time. for Vote and visit landowner.
That must
So
be
this is
yours.
the idea of
Use
using technology.
Technology
Use technology.
to streamline all the
Free
processes.
Bam, that was much better worded. Thank you.
and
Thank you for wordsmithing that.
create time for staff
These are Gemini.
to create relationships.
Thanks, chat GPI.
Oh, no. Yeah. No,
It's called chair
Chair AI.
in my business, I've got a manager who always refers to AI to do the first take on something. And I said, no more. Go back to ED. No, just, that's the way it is.
Okay, another 19.
Mine, I have a 19, but it's very, very similar to what
Uh-huh.
Ed just read, and I'll just read it. It says, focus on updating, improving technology to allow them to become more efficient and allow staff more time in field for business and attending ag-related gatherings. So I think there's really,
Same.
really.
I think we need to do it with the.
We need the
game
check
wardens
marks.
And the wildlife biologists need to go to those meetings, because you meet the access. The only one you see, you don't even know who the hell the damn game wardens are, if you don't have a state pickup.
So that one is getting to increasing staff time to meet with landowners and go to landowner related events.
Yep.
Okay, and there was a third one, right?
Yeah, it's similar to identify grassroots marketing efforts to increase awareness of programs and FWP resources.
Does the person who wrote that want to expand on what they were thinking?
That one has the boxes. on
That's got the boxes.
Yeah.
To piggyback on the wool growers, grain growers,
Mhm.
that type of grassroots, and then I wrote peer-to-peer. And I think specifically what I meant out of that was, we have 1,300 cooperators. They're our best advocates. So how do we utilize them in that peer-to-peer to get their neighbors or other ranchers in the local area involved?
I wish you would have explained that at a rated iron.
Appreciate that.
You must be the 3 then.
I apologize for all the above.
You were too
It was
drawing boxes.
It's explanatory, but I know what your score is at.
All right, I think we've got some good ideas here. Does anyone have one that they love, that they want to add?
I had an 18, that was mine though.
This is
I
18.
don't know what you guys think.
It's kind of the same.
Around the
We're
same realm.
used trade organizations. Oh, it says consulting firms. Rich
Oh.
isn't here.
I put down, find additional funding for additional staff for personal outreach. I think the personal touch to reach out to these people, these ranchers, because they're easy to talk to.
Need to get the game wardens and the deer counters out, scatter them around through the hills, whatever the hell. Instead of just flying over.
How are we doing, Chair? Are we ready to?
Well,
move on to
that's
the next
biology.
one?
Are you,
I am.
you have enough?
I think so. I
Satisfied?
feel good. Can I collect all those cards again, just so we can
No.
gather all the ideas?
No.
Look at those boxes.
I loved your box.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
really.
recount my next one.
You got the collection.
This was it. Oh, this is last time.
We
Yes.
even had a tally box.
An
I don't know
extra
which
one to
bunch
get
that
some
is.
extra
Oh,
points.
they did.
Okay,
Um,
great.
Preference.
Okay, our next one, perception of lack of control. So to start off the conversation, Jason, from your perspective, what do you feel like the program has been doing to help landowners understand what the program can provide? As far as, you know, they do have a lot of say in the rules on their property.
Similar to what we said probably for 2, where it's just minimal staff outreach and website press release type stuff. We haven't done much to address that.
I think those
Yeah.
two are pretty much the same.
Okay.
Yeah, don't you?
That's the same as 2.
Yeah.
Because it's a matter of the landowners understanding programs
Right.
and then they would understand the flexibility
Right.
that there is. That makes sense to me.
Yep.
Anything that doesn't produce a card.
Easy math.
Hey, I'm running out of cards.
So let's move to incentives then. So the incentives that we had listed were financial, related to commercial opportunities and then hunter management. So Jason, do you want to kick us off on what we're currently doing? And we do have this table that provides an overview of all of the incentives that we're currently providing for the 4 main access, hunting access programs.
So when it comes to block management, our hunter management is a large part of why landowners are enrolled. It only encompasses typically the fall hunting seasons, so we're set up to just do mostly September to December in terms of staffing and that management piece, patrols or whatever. We do provide a payment for impacts related to the number of hunters that are allowed. It's currently at $17 a hunter day with a current maximum of 50,000. And everything, like I said, is based on the impact. So the number of people you have on the property. Provide the license benefit. We do have a few landowners that are interested in block management because they get a non-resident big game combo guaranteed, which would include a general elk, general deer, so that's valid statewide wherever those general licenses are valid. And then the Montana outdoor subscription. So that's kind of block management in a nutshell. In terms of EHA or elk hunting access agreements, it's primarily just the permit or license benefit or both. So if they're looking to obtain the either sex permit, the extent of hunter management is very minimal. We don't really do much for landowners. They have to supply their own maps and everything in terms of their applications because we just don't have capacity at that point. And then if it's, signups and that kind of stuff, we're helping to match hunters, but it's the landowners that are helping to also obtain and secure permission, and hunters have to call and coordinate with the landowner. We don't directly involve ourselves with that process either. And then public access land agreements. It is a payment for access. And depending upon the term of the agreement, the landowner may be reimbursed for improvements to the land. So if they want to do cattle guards, or if they want to do gravel, or if they want to do gates or whatever, we reimburse costs up to $1,000 per agreement year. So the longer you're in the agreement, the more dollars you could get in reimbursement costs. And again, very minimal. We develop signs, we do maps and rules and signage, but we're not really doing much in terms of patrolling PALAs, just because they're oftentimes tied into BMAs as well. And then the tax credit thing is just income tax credit for every access point that the landowner is willing to allow, and that runs actually through the Department of Revenue to issue their tax credits. We just collect and send over the applications to the Department of Revenue. So that's the incentives that we currently offer for hunting access.
Somebody had a good idea. We've been on this thing for a long time. We're finally got it all on one sheet of paper. Wouldn't it be simpler if you could just say, okay, here's the deal. You guys, you got this, you can combine it with this, you can do this, and just have one deal to present to the landowner. Say, here, if you want to do block management in PALA, if you're on, if you got a bunch of landlocked stuff and you're willing to do it, and then whatever this new one is, what's it, the new one that we don't know about yet? Through block management one or whatever. If we had one cohesive package, we could show somebody and say, here, what works best for you? And put it into that. Somebody else, some smart guy thought of that. I'm just reiterating it, but it was in, how do we do it? So that you got one plan, one deal that you can say, here's the options. If you want to be in public participation in your ranch, or you're part of your ranch, or you just want to open up the blocked in public land or whatever, put it all on one piece of paper so people can understand it or explain it to them. So it's simpler. That's all I'd say.
To piggyback off of that and just, add some color, I think when I look at 3, 4, and 5, they really roll into what we talked about with number 2.
Yep.
And I think that's kind of exactly what you're saying. Like, we have a lot of incentives. We can certainly come up with other carrots to dangle out there, but I don't know that there's a lot that we're not offering at this point. Personal use is, again, it's just a misunderstanding of the programs. I'd still love to see if there's any other incentives that people have. I think that's a valid one to still go through on this, but I think those last 3 definitely roll up into number 2.
The only thing we don't know about is the new one. What's the new one say? Or have they signed it into law yet to go through the block management to get to the, that's PALA, isn't it?
Well, a twist of it, yeah.
But it's legislative, right? Didn't the legislature mandate we have to offer this other one? What is it? Does anybody know?
Yeah.
So the new access corridor will be a flat payment to a landowner, and because it's a block management, they'll get the license benefit. Beyond that, it's not.
Oh, so you just get a flat fee,
Yeah,
$50 a year, follow the rot sheet. Okay.
something like that. We'll see.
You're
what
gonna go over it later, aren't you?
that block management
The
corridor.
new one, yeah.
Yeah, maybe at a future meeting, we'll talk about that one a little bit, because we're still trying to even wrap our head around the process for that.
So what are thoughts on improving incentives from where we're at?
I think we've got enough incentive the way it is to just, let's do a better job of explaining it. We don't need to come up with more money and more help. If we use the the technology deal to free up the game wardens and the biologists to go around and go, hi, how are you? And here's what we can offer you for on one piece of paper or in one email or however you want to do it. So that it's simple and they can say, sure, hell yeah, I got a landlocked chunk. The kids need a new bed or something, I'll sign it up. No.
Any discussion about a bonus to landowners that bring new landowners that haven't been enrolled into the program to the signing process? Or even a bigger bonus if the new landowners occurred in kind of a strategically high value area? Curious if that's been discussed.
Not much.
I think the only bonus is for aggregates. Is that?
It is for aggregates, yep. And we also, with our last administrative rule update, created the option for a longevity incentive. But we don't have funding yet to be able to implement a longevity incentive. So there is an aggregate incentive right now. If you add your property into another one, or if you partner with a landowner, you'd get money, but there's not like a recruitment bonus or a sign-on bonus.
I'd give that a 5, Craig.
Thank you.
People think that's a good idea.
Actually, I wrote down, because I thought we were doing the passy thing again.
I wasn't gonna make you do it again. unless you guys were doing it.
She's like, you guys are really bad at that. Consider, kind of piggybacking on that, consider bringing a current enrollee with on these meetings. So find some of these landowners who have been participating for 25 years, take them with on the meeting with the access coordinator and have them explain the benefits and say, hey, this is why this works for us, and just to have that landowner to landowner connection versus just an FWP.
Time.
So like an onboarding
Yeah,
piece
kind
where
of-
you would
Yeah,
involve
kind
the
of just,
existing
yeah, like, hey,
landowners.
this is the incentives, this is why it's working for us, and, you know, it's a great program. That makes sense. Kind of a recruitment thing.
Maybe you can do that at the landowner appreciation dinners.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I just have a question for the council. Do you guys think that things are pretty well saturated where we're about, you know, with everything? I don't know, we're trying to get new participation, and then again, we don't have enough staff probably, but it just seems to me like it seems people are pretty well doing what they're gonna do. You know, I don't know if we're gonna, it's always been more and more and more access, and we've, how many different programs we've got? We've got quite a few programs, but do you guys feel we're kind of getting saturated on what we can accumulate or open up, I mean?
No,
Everything has its place.
I mean, and I say no initially, and stand by that. We're gonna always lose some and gain some,
Yeah.
and there's with changing of ownership and generations, and it's always gonna ebb and flow. I think if you take your foot off the gas, it'll just decline.
Right.
I second that.
Well, I agree with that, but when I'm just trying to figure out how we can approach finding new people, that's what, you know. I think the directors and was directed to improve landowner relations, and I think it was more just an overall relations that they have with the department, not specifically to access. So I think we start there. I think once the department starts improving those relationships, I think you'll find more resources available to us for access.
Donna?
No, I had something. Thank you, Chair. We're thinking incentives to landowners. So let's think a little bit differently. What a lot of the people that can afford are wealthier landowners. They hire land management consulting firms, like what Rich has started up.
Okay.
Yeah.
What he's doing.
Yeah, and these firms are looked at, and if they have criteria or approval by, or some kind of stamp that says they work with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks on access programs. And we go to those firms and educate them about the programs. Those firms educate our wealthier landowners about what's available. We can't hit everywhere, so how about we start going bigger so that others can spread our message? Plus, they get an incentive of a stamp that says this firm works with FWP to improve wildlife habitat or something to that effect. So, yeah. Thinking outside the box, but you know what? Why do we even need a box? Throw the damn box away and just let's.
According to Drew, we do need boxes.
Oh, yeah.
You got squares on. We're all- Stephanie's got squares on hers, now Drew's raised the bar.
I have a quick correction to mine. Mine, it's not new enrollees, it's new like potential enrollees, like. That's more like, hey, we're going on a meeting with a new landowner who isn't currently enrolled.
And can I add also academic? MSU is doing a lot of research on land and land management. Do we ever work with the college?
Not recently, not on the access front.
We work with the University of Montana on research projects on a wide variety of
Yeah.
topics.
Economic stuff.
But not access.
Not specific to hunter access programs.
That might be an option.
Yeah. They're really
Sounds like a good plan to me.
And yet MSU is an ag school.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Are there very many, Matt, maybe Craig can tell me or somebody, are there very many companies out there that do ranch management? I know that a lot of them have ranch managers, but I think they're just individuals they hire outright.
There are companies.
Are-
Yeah, I looked it up while we were talking. Yeah. There's an awful lot.
There's definitely more popping up.
Yeah.
in this-
Well, a lot of the
That might be
real
a great
estate companies
idea.
have ranch management companies.
Is trying to get a whole, and you know who the other ones might be? Are realtors. I mean, they're constantly selling properties and they're listing the way they can get tagged and all this. Realtors would be a good one to talk with too.
You're still on incentives. So to me, part of that is incentives that compete with commercial opportunities, not so much in regards to outfitting, but we've talked about land trust and those options. You know, and we did mention the indemnification. I don't know if it would be worthwhile to highlight that if you do one of these programs, again, that's part of the program as you're indemnified.
If you're in bot management, or you
You
don't
are.
have to worry about somebody shooting somebody and getting sued.
Yeah, when you're in an access program, that's part of the program.
They do have insurance.
Mhm. And I think that's a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
That
actually.
is.
Mhm.
I think it's a detail of the program rather than a highlight of a program.
But there are
But it's-
insurance companies now that are providing the landowner insurance.
Oh, yeah,
So
it's not cheap.
No, I
It's
know.
not true.
I mean, those
Well, now
types
they're
of
gonna-
risks right now are harder to insure. I mean, water sports. So I wish the state would indemnify me on floating on a raft. I'd be all in. But No, it is an incentive that doesn't exist in a land trust that I'm aware of.
Outfitters must have to have insurance, don't they?
Oh, yeah, they've got to buy their own.
Probably don't have to have any, but you probably.
Yeah,
gotta
yes,
have-
You're not gonna get your license.
You won't get a license.
I
if
think
you
the
don't.
MOCA requires.
Yeah, well, licensing board.
Do you have to
requires-
be a
It's not
member of
wrong.
OGA to be an outfitter?
No,
No,
Okay,
no.
but you still to
we have about
operate in the state of.
half of the
Montana,
hunting
you have to have
outfitters
insurance.
are members of.
Yeah,
the-
you won't get your license renewed with the state of Montana if you do not have insurance.
Ed, did I capture that right? So were you getting
Yeah.
to better highlighting the indemnification that goes along with our programs as a way to show that this is a benefit versus
Right.
commercial
Yeah.
opportunities?
Put it on the one page one.
Mr. Chair, I thought about this, we talked about this before, is having hunt coordinators, if we could afford it. I think a landowner would really, that'd be an incentive, if you ask me. A landowner would love it if they didn't have to deal with all these people, you know? And they also wouldn't have, you know, they wouldn't have to be chasing down people or out there checking on people that are doing things they're not supposed to, driving on roads. I think that would relieve a lot of pressure on these guys if they know that somebody's not gonna be out there driving on a wet road or something, or driving off the road or taking whatever, you know? So I think hunt coordinators would really be an asset if we can afford them.
How could you could have to have 1,300 hunt coordinators to look over every piece of block
Well,
management.
Not everybody wants one, I would say. Some of the category 2 guys, the walk-ins probably aren't. But I would say that the category 1 block management people would love something like that. 'Cause I've seen those, but I mean, I counted 20 some vehicles on one piece of ground out there on opening day, so.
Yeah, well, but it's the quality of the hunts and the perception of the hunter,
Yeah, well,
you
I'm just,
know, and, you know, it isn't up to us as type 1 guys to say, oh, no, you can't do that, you know. Most of them just drive down the road anyway. They don't see anything. They go to the next one. And ones that really want to hunt will walk off there and hunt.
To me, a lot of this that we're talking about involves more money. And that's one thing that we're up against. I look at it that somehow we've got to get more money to FWP to be able to do any of this that we're talking. And that has come through the legislation.
well, they did pass the bill where they raised the base hunting license for non-residents up to $50 now. And that money, I believe, goes all to block management, correct?
Where does did they do anything about the resident? hunt piece?
No,
So there's, what's it?
10.
$10.
But I mean, we didn't have a budget report. I mean, we don't even, what month is this? Yeah. You know, so I mean, I don't think we understand the status of that at this point. We
Does it
did
take
last year.
effect in 26 or?
It'll start collecting the dollars in March 1 of 2026.
Oh, okay.
Because it's
So
a
not
license.
Currently, you don't have
Right.
that money.
Right, we don't have the cash from that
Until.
until next year.
Well, the block management program, if I read that right, was supposed to run out of money in 2030.
That was the projections on that, and that's why the bill was pushed.
Yeah.
It's primarily with the cap increase.
No, that was the Hunter Access Fund itself that funds all of our operations and some personal services was projected to run a negative balance.
To Ray's point, that it comes down to money. Not sure I always agree with that, because to go back to what Paul said, a lot of the people I talk to are not dissatisfied with the amount of compensation they're receiving, but it is an issue in terms of it's October and they're selling calves and helping the neighbors sell calves, and gosh, I wish there was somebody out here that would make darn sure that people weren't driving down my 2-track trails when it's muddy. And simply handing a participant more money is not going to be an answer to that. They would like some help at times to corral some of the users out there.
Well, and that's part of what I meant, as far as getting the personnel out. You know, it takes more money to get the personnel out there to help.
Mr. Chairman, couldn't they just add some other duties to the wildlife biologists and make them the road guards when it rains? They say, okay, you deer guy goes here, the fish guy goes there. And rather than trying to hire a bunch more people and do that, we can utilize them a different way. They'd be better. Maybe they're totally occupied doing everything they're doing in November and October. Just a thought.
I think some other incentives too would be even better signage, like provide these folks on their gates a sign that says, do not drive on roads when wet. I mean, I know it's in the maps, but not necessarily everybody reads those maps. I mean, they don't. I mean, really, but I mean, if there was a sign that said, leave gate as found, and that's an incentive in my mind. The landowner doesn't have to post that.
It's kind of like when the city of Helena crew closes the street. going to the
Yeah, they can send some.
Detour.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So,
Timely signs.
I don't want to interject too much, but I think some of the conversation has gone to a place of like maintaining or keeping even hunter management as the incentive. So signage, maps, rules, people, that's all hunter management. That's still under that lens. When I'm querying a few access managers right now, they're saying permits. Permits are the incentive. What can we do to get similar to EHA permits to landowners who want to allow access? I'm just throwing that out there for discussion. That's one of the things that, so I'm trying to think about like, okay, we have non-participating landowners. What is the incentive that they need to see to get active in any one of these options? Not
So that's the
specific.
permit, but just for my stupidity, the permit, you gotta have a permit and a license to hunt in the restricted areas
Some
like the
places.
breaks and the.
Yeah, and that's
and the
for
strip
elk,
areas. And
right? Yep.
so we don't offer that now? You just
No.
get a
So-
Not
license?
for deer
Go-
or antelope, right?
Go back to the program benefit currently with block, EHA, and wherever that applies.
So for block management, you get the general elk license. That's all you get. You don't get a statewide or even limited permit. For deer or antelope, you get the general deer, general elk. And then we've seen some cooperators who do want that elk permit to hunt that limited district, then stack on the EHA piece because they want the permit.
Right,
So now we're doing two programs for one landowner because they want the permit piece,
right. and
even though
that's-
they're residents.
Excuse me for interrupting, but some of these guys buy these ranches in the areas that they want to hunt. And so you give them a general license, but they're not qualified because they're out of state residents. And they buy this ranch and they're providing habitat for a bunch of elk. They can't get an elk license to shoot an elk on their own place. Unless you give them a permit. Is that right?
That's correct.
In permit only regions.
In permit only, yeah. Some of them aren't permit only.
So
They can.
just,
Yeah, oh yeah, but I'm talking about the areas where everybody in Montana hunts, they're all permit areas, right? The good ones where the big poles are and all that or not.
No,
so just to revisit that from some time past. So we compared those, you know, and at the point of EHA, when we were looking at that, block allowed the standard tag for deer and elk. Essentially a resident sportsman, right? So then when EHA.
The number of animal sounds that
Oh
you
my
guys have at your.
Raised is way better than a brain donkey. Okay, no, it's not a donkey. I'm sorry, it's a mule.
It's a mule.
Okay, sorry. But that's what we were up against at that time, is we were looking at, if you revisit, right? The EHA allowed that permit and was created for that need to offer a permit in the draw only area with those stipulations and restrictions of that program. Subsequently, we did talk about, is that equitable for that program, the EHA program, in contrast and comparison to block cooperators who open for a season or period of time and they don't get a permit, but they do get financial compensation. That was kind of the
Oh.
thing we all talked about, is the reason and justification. But we are today where we are. Through.
Follow-up question. So your coordinators are telling you they're hearing that from the field. Are they then asking those landowners if they already know about the landowner incentives that are out there for getting permits? Because there's already higher percentage of draw for landowners on elk, antelope, different types of permits out there. Do those landowners not know about those programs, or is that not good enough for them still?
They know, but the feedback I got was they forget to apply or miss the deadlines because they're busy. So the landowners themselves forget to get the application in for the permit.
I see.
And so then it's just easier if you just give it to them and they don't have to deal with trying to step into the drawing process or the point system or any of that. It's just-
I mean, I understand that to a degree, but to be fair, if I forget a deadline because I'm busy and I don't put in for moose, sheep and goat, I don't go in for moose, sheep, and goat, and I don't get to say, hey, sorry, I was busy. Like I mean, we can only do so much, and you guys can only do so much. I mean,
So when we talked about that last time, Jerry, was about, not fair, was about equitable, right? And
Right.
so
Yeah.
we're compensating them. They already have a more than equitable system in place to draw permits. And if you were to look across, let's just use elk, for example, Region 7 elk as a non-resident landowner, you've got darn near like a 40% chance of drawing that take. So you're drawing one of the most coveted permits in the state every 3 years. That's, in my book, that's fairly equitable.
They don't think that. Well, excuse me, but
Yeah.
we got a landlord that we lease ranches from. He's got ranches in Glasgow and Malta and all over. Well, his friends are all from North Carolina. That's where he lives. And he buys these ranches and leases them to the neighbors or whatever, but his friends are all from back there. And it's been an evolutionary process for 23 years. First he thought he owned it all. And then he found out that 70% of it was state and BLM. And so he's evolved into that. He's a block management guy and stuff now. But it looks to me like you get, most of these guys that got money enough to go buy out the Wilkes brothers aren't used to having a boss. And so maybe there should be a little bit of an accommodation if you want to gradually bring them into the fold, that they can get one license or something so that they can at least go shoot an elk on their own place. Or
And they can, that's why we have the EHA. Like, we already have that, that's already in place. And so now we're talking about the privatization of wildlife.
Yeah, but
that's
kind of the way, it depends upon what you say, is outfitting privatization of wildlife, because, if you don't have elk, you don't get $3,000 or $5,000 a head for the elk that don't run on your ranch, but if you do, there's a number. And, so where do you draw the line to say it's commercialization of wildlife? This guy's providing the habitat. So anyway, I'm just being the devil's advocate.
Yeah, I would just add one footnote, so that when EHA began, so same thing, audit. Why are there only 4 users of EHA,
Right.
454s, and then tweaking it 3 times to get to the level it is now? And then now that we're here, what we see is, call it what you want, playing every angle to get that permit. So I apply, when I don't get my preference permit, then I apply for EHA, even though I'm in block. So then I think that's where this thing gets so complicated, and we're probably gonna have to get into that whole discussion on the preference point discussion later in our priorities. So we'll come back to that, but I think that what I see with the access managers is they see that as a potential tool. I mean, is it privatization of wildlife if you give them that permit? I mean, this is potentially a resident or non-resident landowner, right? Who wants a permit. But they don't sell it or trade it or barter it. That'd be my question, Drew, is that privatization? You know, if their habitat is providing for those animals and they get the permit, one permit, is that privatization? I don't know. If they sell it, it is, right?
I mean, to play devil's advocate on that too, I
Sure.
mean, I feel like a lot of these, so every landowner in, let's say, 680, 690, do they all get a permit? Do they
Okay.
have to hunt their land? And then what's gonna happen to that unit is there's plenty of landowners in there. Now you've completely decimated where it's not a trophy unit.
Right.
Because every year landowners are pulling those permits, and then it might as well just be a general. And that's not, I would argue that that's not necessarily a great management.
Well, you already still have limits, right? So there's caps. So whether it's 380 or region 7 or wherever it is, region 4, you know, you have the limits of those tags in the first place. So do you keep them within those caps or do you go out? That's always going to be the question. How far are you to go? Are we going 10 or 15%?
We do 10% currently above the commission approved quota for EHAs,
For
and
a
that's how
special
we would,
permit.
that's how we would talk about it. I think in this conversation, to you guys' point, right now, somebody with the landowner preference option as a resident has the same draw odds as somebody who allows access versus somebody who does not allow access. Right? So even though it is truly a benefit to landowners providing access or providing habitat for wildlife, the same draw odds exist whether you are in an access program or not in an access program. And so when I think about that, the way we could modify or tweak that would be to even match what's being currently offered for non-resident landowners, which would be one, potentially a bonus point if you're in an access program as a resident.
Is it a bonus or?
It's a bonus point for a non-resident. If you're in EHA, PALA, or block, you get a bonus point to improve your non-resident
That's not,
draw
an option.
odds.
That's not available now,
Not for residents.
not for non-residents.
For residents.
Per
Oh, for
resident.
residents.
And then similarly, again, it ties back to the landowner preference discussion a little bit about how many times a resident landowner, whether you allow access or not, could put in for landowner preference opportunities. Right now, if you're a non-resident, it's up to 5 if you have consecutive 2,500 acre parcels. As a resident, for 640.
So it's not equitable for resident landowners.
Quentin, you can correct me if I'm misstepping, but that's just, I'm not going to speak to equitability, but that's just the current situation as it is.
That's how I understand.
Lawyer approves of that language.
Yeah, the
So anyway,
EHA guys, right?
tying it back to the first point was, yes, there is a benefit to landowners currently in the state, and that is the landowner preference program. But the landowner preference program is applicable to somebody who allows access and somebody who does not allow access. There's no incentive there. And that's what we're trying to, when we mean
Right.
permits, that's what we're discussing is there an opportunity or an appetite to look at providing some threshold to be determined for those who do provide public access.
Is that clear?
Can-
All I think was very.
Can I ask a question?
ahead.
And this isn't, what, get us off of that. But you said we were gonna run out of block management money. How's that even possible? Because that is provided through your licensing.
So the Hunter Access Fund is a fund where different parts and pieces contribute to. So 28.5% of the non-resident combo, 28.5% of every non-resident deer elk license, a portion of the upland bird, that all funnels into the Hunter Access Fund.
Uh-huh.
And that fund was projected to run a negative balance in 2030.
Projected when? Did they
As
make
of-
that
As of,
projection?
as of this session,
Oh,
That's why they pushed, there was a push for a non-resident base license increase through House Bill 145, which passed. And that is projected to generate about $3.8 million over time for the Hunter Access Fund. So we don't run a negative balance on cash. What we have is authority to spend a portion of that projected dollars in this biennium once it's collected, because it hasn't been collected. It won't start until next year.
Mr. Chairman.
No, go ahead. Go ahead,
Okay.
that's fine.
I was just curious how much of the hunter access programs are funded by out-of-state hunter revenue and how much is funded by in-state?
About 3/4 and 1/4.
1/4 for in-resident and 3/4 for us. Okay, thank you.
And we also use about roughly $6 million in PR funds to pay contracts. So that's the license piece. There's also a large portion of our federal aid that pays the landowner contracts right now.
Let me ask you, so if they sign up for the 454s and they're in block management, they get the permit, correct? If they don't exceed the 10%, why wouldn't they do that? I mean, they're letting more people in to hunt than what they're required to do anyway, right? How would that work? So let's say you're in block management, you're letting in 50 people a year. Would that qualify you for the 454 program, or would you have to still let 3 people in for every tag, or?
Right now, the way it's set up is you would have to do both. You'd have to allow your minimum required for the permit through 454, and then you'd allow your block management. What we're talking about is there a way to bring those two together so that if you're allowing those 50 people, you could automatically get put into that pool of up to 10% above for providing access.
I mean, so I guess I don't understand why they don't do that then.
They currently do. We've got about 15 of the 31 are also enrolled in block management because they want the permit.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, just to answer your question, Paul, and I was talking to Cindy about it earlier. One of the things that we've kind of noticed on a legal lens is some of the landowners do not want to participate in EHA because of the public outlook on the properties that are now involved. So those applications and those agreements go through the commission process, and a lot of those documents that are then provided to the commission are more public facing than block agreements, which kind of go on through the back end. Now you could still receive those agreements through a public records request, but the EHAs are more public facing, to say the least. So we've had some concerns from some landowners that do not want their information to be public facing.
Optics.
Mr. Chair. And to add to that too, I mean, when you watch these meetings, they've got that there, and a lot of the ones who are participating in both actually get a lot of really negative feedback because they're like, oh, they're already in block management, so there's already a crowded thing, so it's not really a special experience for the chosen hunters because anybody can
They
go
show
onto
up
them.
and there's 20 other hunters there.
Correct, and so it doesn't feel like a special experience for them, and so they get a lot of negative.
Yeah, I didn't
Even though
realize.
they're providing great access as a whole.
Is there a way we could start talking about giving the block management coordinators a permit?
That's what this was.
I know, but
Yes.
do we want to do that?
Do you want me to add that to the list?
That's a big incentive, I think. Probably the largest one out there, I would think, for a lot of people.
I think there's still obviously room to discuss, is that a part of the quota, is an addition to the quota? Is it all species? Is it limited species? Is it
On your land.
on your land, on public land too, or just? Yeah, so there's a lot of room to talk about what that actually looks like.
Yeah.
We've gone through that before.
Just on that point, you'd have to.
Absolutely.
Because that question will come.
Oh, yeah.
By everybody else that's not in this.
It's not that easy, I'm sure.
Well, you just look right over here, there's 120 tags. Elkhorns,
100.
100. Only 100 in the beginning.
And the ones we added this year through EHA are already all block management participants.
Yeah. Say that again.
So we have a number, I think we've got 4 or 5, 380 participants. One wanted a cow tag. So that's all they asked. They didn't even ask for the either sex permit. They just wanted a cow tag.
I love that.
Yeah.
They're also enrolled in block management. And then there's 3 others who wanted the permit that are enrolling in EHA, but it's all type 1 block management as well. They're not adding additional acreage. They just want the either sex permit. So they're doing both block management type 1, same exact land, landowners getting a permit to hunt that same land, same time period as type 1.
That's a perfect world. Hell, anybody can go in type 1 and sign in.
Mhm.
But they don't get a permit. So,
So we've got a good list.
No more cards.
I'm not gonna make you do any more cards. We do have one more item that I kind of feel like some folks have said is related to kind of this lack of understanding piece. So the personal use of property. So for example, a landowner may have purchased a property for their own recreation use. So do you feel like that fits somewhere else, or do we need to go through that one?
There's no, that's a personal thing. There's no way that you can go to somebody and say, oh, well, now you gotta let everybody come hunt. It's their money, it's their property. They don't have to let you sleep in their bedroom, and they don't, you know, I think that one doesn't even need to be considered. There's no way to do it until they evolve. Like somebody said, if they get too damn many elk, then they want somebody to come chase them off or shoot some or get used to the neighbor kids and want them, let them hunt or whatever. But I don't think that one, we don't have anything to do with that. You know, it's theirs. It says personal.
And I don't think we can change our minds.
I mean, if they purchased it for recreation, I just don't, I think it would be a poor use of staff time and
Yeah.
resources to try to change their mind. I'd rather see us focus on other avenues of landowners. Like,
Or to go to Renee's question, I think it's standalone. But I also agree with the others that have spoken that I'm not sure there is a path to address this. And is it a concern? Yeah, it's a real concern, but is there something that we're gonna do about that? Well, I think that would be a real tough nut to crack. I do believe it really does stand alone, but I just don't see a path forward to address it.
I think really, if they purchased it for recreation, for instance, then they might be interested in the EHA program. I mean, that would be the only one that I could really see.
I think a lot of them do that.
Not to, exactly.
I think a lot of those people that are buying those ranches for hunting are probably the ones signed up for them.
Yeah, we see a number of them that way, especially if the transaction happens after the permit deadline. So we have a window between when the April 1st deadline is and the June 1st commission meeting, and people are able to jump into it so they can still hunt their property at this fall.
And so I think targeting those people actually would be probably a pretty good idea. Because they're the ones that are probably enrolled in the EHA.
Still a smaller number of opportunities
Yeah.
for all these things that we're talking.
Yeah.
I look at it and go, if you could propel them from day one of they acquired this property to 7 years later when they have a different understanding, that would be great.
Yeah.
I just don't know how you do that. What campaign you to do to help them see that, gosh, yeah, I should participate in the neighborhood. Don't have something.
I agree with all that. That is their personal decision. But they're also a little shocked that once they buy that property, and now only one of us can hunt that. I can't go with my son, I can't go with my daughter,
Right.
because there's only one. I mean, then they look for the incentives of how can we,
Yeah.
how can we allow hunting? So I think some of it is just education to new landowners. And other than that, what they do with their property is their right.
Right.
Yeah, but it's informative for us to know. We always have to stay ahead of the curve and understand why people are doing what, so that we can come up with programs that will help.
Okay, so we're gonna leave that one. Congratulations, you've made it to the end. We have a list of ideas. So next steps, Jason and Natalie and I will compile all of the notes. And then we'll share those with the access managers. Jason and the access managers are meeting in September. So they'll take your ideas and again, evaluate them through their on-the-ground experience and resources. And develop a list of recommendations that we'll bring back to you at the December meeting.
When's their next meeting? Yeah, good.
Yeah.
What? You didn't hear that?
No. I missed that email.
I think we have, oh no, we're good.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Here's what we talked about at the last one, August 18th.
We'll talk about
You good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it's very helpful.
So before we end that, Paul, you have any last minute on
what?
what we just did?
No, I think they're all some pretty good ideas up there.
Okay, Don?
Oh, I think we have a lot of great ideas.
Yeah, good. Come on, Craig.
Even with your urgent, I'm good.
Well, I would say, just I'm proud of you for having, being a grandpa that your grandkids still want to feed.
Yeah. Actually, an incentive would be bring snacks for grandpa.
Yeah.
I think they're good. I am concerned about the funding aspect in the future, because all of these things require funding.
So are you requesting that on our next meeting, we get that latest report on budget?
Sure, that's you.
status?
That's up to you.
Budget.
Are you requesting?
Yes, I am.
That'd be a great request. Yeah.
I believe it was our last meeting. We talked about having somebody from the legislature participate with us. Is that being requested?
That's, that is, not gonna happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm good then.
Yeah.
Good with all of it. Cindy said what I thought.
Yes, I think it's all good. We'll get some more information, and like Cindy said, Ray, we had kind of a tentative budget. Nobody's gonna chop somebody's hand off that isn't exactly right, but at least we kind of have an idea what we're all living under fiscal restraints, and maybe we can redirect some guys to do some things that'll help with the people that are having trouble and go forward. Thanks.
Yeah, one of our actual defined duties is to report on that.
Right.
So. Good. All right. So we have left, public comment coming up in a little bit. If we could start into our final work plan for the interim, or we could take a break and have lunch and then do that.
Sounds good.
We take a break, have lunch, work through lunch.
Sure.
And your public comment, and then finalize this plan for the interim. Are you doing that?
Yeah, Jason and I.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's do that. So, take a break. We'll come back. We'll work
15
through
is
it.
public comment.
Okay, yeah.
Cheers.
We're just gonna talk about, for 5 minutes. When's the next meeting date from that? And we had put tentatively,
If you look in your packet, there is a one page with a big table. I tried to fill out kind of a work plan timeline.
Right.
Renee and I sat down and talked about what we thought would be logistically possible, given our required pieces, so legislative pieces primarily. So I guess I would work from that if you're gonna discuss next meeting dates, and then also just kind of what you think we can accomplish and when.
I don't see it, but does this include the EQC part?
no,
Well, so if you look at the top row, in August, all in 2026, it says work on draft legislative concepts with FWP, finalize PLPW report in preparation for fall EQC.
Oh, I see.
So your next date was scheduled for August 18th to 19th. And as Jason and I were sitting down with your topics, looking at EQC and mapping it all out, we were struggling to find content for an August meeting. So not wanting to have a meeting just for a meeting's sake, we didn't put anything there, but that's up to you guys.
my only question. Need it to be progressing along in a timeline. That's more on. Yes, you, Jason.
You feel comfortable that you've got enough meetings here to meet that deadline in August to be prepared for EQC. And some of this is tentative, right? You know, this is a work in progress. We're trying to fill in how you guys go about addressing all these topics, but some of it is really dependent on what you come up with.
I think we need some our objectives to bring forward to the legislature before we have a meeting on it, I guess.
Well, so those would come after, pretty much after December. So if we don't meet in August, the next tentative date we had was a Zoom on the 8th of October. So if we do not meet in August, is everybody available for an October 8th? And that, as stated, there was technology. That's also going to be in part of what we just discussed. I don't know. And then the fishing. So
I am available via Zoom, yes.
on the 8th. Let's go around with Paul, October 8th.
Calendar here, give me a minute.
Donna. Again, a Zoom. Okay. Anthony?
I'm good with October 8th.
Ray?
Oh.
Lee?
Oh, yeah.
Zoom working in
Oh, yeah.
Glasgow?
Now you can run to Glasgow office if you need to, Lee.
Don't you have like a new facility there?
They did add a piece onto the office, yes.
Yeah, they moved her out of the Quonset. She's in with all the biology.
$3 million deal.
Okay,
Looks nice. You guys left drive by and clap.
maybe we'll have our December meeting there.
That'd be okay.
Okay, so October 8th. Meeting. Okay.
Time 8, 9.
8's usually too early for us to get everything up and running. So if we could do 8:30, that would be easier.
Right, I was,
What's
who's
that?
gotta sleep in a little bit, so.
Yeah.
Like 9, 10.
Coming to you from the field.
Okay, so 8:30 till whenever, depending on the
Yep.
agenda. Actually, probably 1 or something like that.
Sure.
Find out.
I'll let you know. I'm technology negative.
Challenge.
Yes.
Over here.
Yeah, you can come up
We can
to
come in here.
Helena, whoever wants to come to Helena.
No, what I'm saying is my calendar is at home. It's not in my hand. Sorry.
Okay.
It should be okay though.
Okay. And then December 16th, how's that look?
Are we zooming that one too?
Well, we've got it tentatively scheduled for an in-person on the 16th and 17th. Probably somewhere in there, we need to have a full meeting.
So by that time, you'll have 3 new members as well.
Yeah, so I think we'll know that later this week or next week. First, Jason will be sending all the pertinent information to get them up to speed on programs and things that exist now for their reading pleasure at home. Okay. Do we need to go into January? Just
Think so.
up to that.
Maybe if we try to plan 2 meetings ahead.
Yep.
That's a great idea.
Okay.
We're really good at passing this to ahead.
For October 8th on Zoom, half day, December 16th, 17th, in person potentially.
Will that likely?
Bozeman? I don't know, I mean, it's early winter, I think. Depending on what we have, Saturday, or a little more central. Folks like Great Falls? Physically?
I like both.
Or Billings.
Or Billings?
We've been to Great Falls a couple.
You what?
I love Great.
Great Falls is not bad. Lewistown would be great.
Don't have the center.
They're building one now.
Uh-huh.
How much it go?
Okay, so
You'll go
we'll get
quite a
back to
bit.
that, but as far as location
Okay.
for the December one.
Yeah, and it's all weather dependent, of course, on travel for everybody, but at some point, I'd like to take the group out and show some in-field projects.
That would be great.
That's what I'm saying. And yeah, potentially. It depends on how much snow we get, but
Right after hunting season.
yeah, we'll have.
We could
you
do
know,
a
most of
heritage
our-
hunt together.
There is upland bird season still open.
Yeah. Okay.
But
You can do it at,
Yeah, they're all.
you can do it at the ranch. Go visit all the property.
All right.
to be determined, but we are at public comment time, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Let's do public comment.
It is public comment time. If anybody has public comments, please raise your hand. You have one hand raised, Mr. Farren. You ready to let them in?
Let's let them in.
Okay, Mr. Farren. It's all yours.
Thank you, Chair Beal, members of the committee. Kevin Farren here again on behalf of the Montana Wildlife Federation. Thanks for the opportunity to be part of the conversation. I know you're hungry. I'll do my best to be brief, but as you guys know by now, that's not one of my strengths. Today, you spent a lot of time identifying and discussing the factors affecting landowner participation in these access programs, and I'd like to speak to that. First, I partially acknowledge and partially disagree with a few of you who've mentioned that public hunters will never be happy until we can access any or everything. I think that, kind of in the same way that landowners are always looking for new ways to diversify and generate new revenue to make their operations pencil out, it's completely understandable that public hunters are ever conscious of that all important access. It impacts hunter crowding, wildlife distributions, user experiences, and can mean the difference between an empty and a full freezer. So the desire for improvements from both sides, I think, is understandable in human nature. So yes, I too would like to see more access, guilty as charged, but gosh darn it, I'm certainly incredibly appreciative of the access that we already have, and I think most hunters would agree with that. To that end, I think it's important in these conversations that we pause for a second and point out how fortunate we are for the access-minded landowners in the state, for groups of great minds spending time on this stuff like you all, and for a department and a governor who prioritizes improving and expanding access. But back to the morning agenda, like how do we improve it? You guys mentioned just about all the considerations along with how they're being addressed already, ranging from recent ideas championed by this group, the legislature, FWP, things like greater and expanded compensation, better outreach and communication to landowners, multiple efforts to improve hunter behavior, from better education to greater enforcement to harsher punishments. I think it's important that we acknowledge all of that and celebrate how much has been accomplished already. It's pretty remarkable. One important component, however, that you, I think, started to wade into, and I kind of tried to do that yesterday before I got pretty confused, I think, on the compensation for the EHAs. Thank you, Jason, by the way, for quickly correcting my misunderstanding there. But one important component is how these access incentives compete with each other, and in how, in some cases, they're actually outcompeting incentives that don't, have access included at all. So, for example, non-resident landowners specifically, they may enroll in block management because it comes with that bonus of getting that base deer and elk license, allowing them to hunt their land in the general units every single year. But the 2023 bill that we saw that carved out 2,550 of these base deer and elk licenses for non-resident landowners, that has no requirement for public access at all. So maybe inadvertently, but we certainly could be disincentivizing one of the attractive benefits of block management for these non-resident landowners by giving the same hunting license availability perk for nothing in terms of access, nothing in return. So just something to be conscious of. Similarly, you guys mentioned the problem with the EHA permit incentive, maybe being a better deal than the block management based license incentive. And that's for residents and non-residents. Even though the block management, maybe those cooperators are more deserving, but, I won't belabor that point because you guys are certainly aware of it. But to correct this, it's like, what do we do about it? I would agree with Jason that we either need to lower or remove the incentives that non-resident landowners get for providing no access, or raise the incentives for providing access for both resident and non-resident landowners. And if we look at doing this, I really would encourage that we, like, for example, you guys mentioned maybe giving block management cooperators a permit, right? Not just the base deer and elk license. If we did that, I would really encourage us to make sure that these permits not just come out of the existing quotas, but are also coming out of the 15% that are already set aside for landowner preference. That'd keep the same number of permits for the landowners. It would keep the same number of permits available in the public draw, which importantly, landowners can also enter that one. But it also would sweeten the deal for landowners who do provide the access, or maybe a better step would be just to give the block cooperators a bonus point to increase their chances of those permits. But now that's starting to sound a whole lot like HB 907. So I'll move on. Finally, like I mentioned yesterday, we could also look at aligning the deer and elk draws with the EHA and block enrollment dates, so that landowners would need to decide before the draws if they want to provide access and get some sort of guaranteed tag or permit, or if they want to roll the dice in the general draw. This would also stop us from exceeding the license and permit quotas, which I think is an important goal. But if we did that, I really do think we'd see more access participation from landowners and greater acceptance of these incentives from the hunting community. But anyways, thanks again for the opportunity to comment. Really appreciate following along with your guys' great conversations and for all of your time. Hope you have good lunch.
Thank you, Kevin. Any questions of them, since we have some time? Okay. Any clarification?
I would just like to point out that last point that Kevin brought up. Did everybody understand that the landowner can put in for the landowner preference tag And then if they don't draw, they can then put in for another thing. He's talking about lining up those dates, so they have to pick or choose. And to his point, would probably increase participation in the EHA program. Because it's more of a guarantee to get that permit. Just making sure that we all understand that.
Yeah. Good point. We have other comment?
Is there any other public who'd like to make public comment? If so, please raise your hand. Mr. Lamb, you are up.
Hi, thanks everybody for all of your hard work over the last couple of days. My name is Ben Lamb. I am the policy director for the Montana Conservation Society. Again, this was a really good discussion. I really am thankful for everything that you guys have been talking about. I wanted to just simply bring up a couple of things that I don't remember coming up, and that's rulemaking authority. This is around block management. I'm so sorry. For block management, one of the things that we've heard over a few years is that one of the reasons landowners leave is they don't feel like they have enough, or their rules aren't, there's not an easy way to implement ranch rules and have the kind of enforcement they're looking for. 2 bills were passed in the last legislative session to deal with that, Senate Bill 83 and Senate Bill 441. I just wanted to flag that for the organization or for PLPW as the agency starts in on rulemaking. This would be a great place to reach out to landowners either individually or through organizations like the Stock Growers, Farm Bureau, Farmers Union, to make sure that they're aware that rulemaking for these 2 really important pieces of legislation come forward. And then, one other thing, when you guys were talking about what are some things that landowners are looking, they could potentially be looking for, in working with a lot of the newer traditional landowners over the last year and a half or so, the idea of being able to vet those people who are coming onto your place, I think that's something that's really important. I think it fits in well with the discussion yesterday about enhanced hunter education. And so, I've already reached out to Mr. Lemon and extended our helpful hand. But for anybody on PLPW, more than happy to work with the organization with the enhanced hunter education approach that the agency is going to be taking. We think it's a real opportunity to get, well-trained hunters onto some properties that may not be, open to traditional access programs, whether that's block management or something else. So just wanted to make sure that those 2 things were brought up during this discussion. Again, thank you all. You're doing an amazing job and really appreciate all of your hard work and your volunteerism for wildlife and for all of the stakeholders.
Mr. Lamb, what were those 2 bills that could you restate what they were?
Yes, ma'am. Those were Senate Bill 83 and Senate Bill 441.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Ben.
Questions? Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I could just give you guys some clarifying points on at least Senate Bill 83. I don't think we've done anything with Senate Bill 441, but just so you guys are aware, we've begun the rulemaking process for Senate Bill 83. There's a hearing with the Secretary of State posted for August 14th at 10 a.m. So if you guys want to make any public comment, and I will do you all a favor and send you guys the rulemaking package. That way you guys can see kind of what we're proposing. And if there are any potential items that you guys think should be made, we're more than happy to hear those.
What is the gist of it?
It's essentially just to adopt any private landowners rules. So our intent with that rulemaking package was to make it pretty straightforward and just make it very clear that any landowner rules, any private landowner rules that they have posted will be enforced via our wardens. And so they are rules that cannot be broken, as well as, you know, in addition to our own block management rules as well. They have the same enforcement capabilities.
So like driving on a wet road. if
Correct.
it's posted.
Yep. So as long as that private landowner posts that, they will be enforced.
What was 441?
I actually forget what 441 is. That the
Block Management Enforcement Network?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, and so that, just clarification on that one too for you guys. We haven't begun rulemaking on that yet, just because of the fact that it wouldn't have been possible to kind of get that all situated before the hunting season this year. So our intent is to try and get that all situated by next year. But it's an enforcement program that landowners can essentially opt into. And if there is a violation that occurs on that individual's property, and you are included within that block enforcement program, that network, essentially, if let's say you're trespassed on this property, you're going to be trespassed on all of the other properties as well.
Is that an opt-in or opt-out for that?
It's an opt-in for the cooperator. So essentially, everyone is opt-out unless you opt in.
So is that, is it? So when you, is it the enforcement for everyone who opts in? I mean, if someone breaks a rule on one, is it just, does it apply to everyone who's opted in or adjacent lands?
Correct. So I give you guys an example. So if I had committed some sort of violation on a private landowner's property that is involved within the network, cooperating in it, has opted in, I would then be prohibited from entering any of the other opt-in networks as well, any of the other cooperators as well. Now, of course, there's an enforcement capability that we're still trying to figure out there, but it'll be a lot of landowner policing as well as just trying to keep up with all the violations. And we're trying to also figure out how we can inform the landowners of those violations when they do occur. So everyone within the network being informed of those violations. So there's still some things that we have to kind of iron out with that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alex, it seems to me there's going to need to be consistency amongst the rules. And I'm just thinking through this a little bit. I can think of a landowner that says, you know, to protect the person's hunting experience, there's no driving in on the 2-track trails before 10 a.m. And maybe the next person says, you know, similar, but I don't want them driving in before noon. So a person gets caught out there at 9:30 at the one that says 10 and they're in violation, but the next guy, you know, maybe he has an earlier time frame. I don't know. I see that as kind of there's a potential for a real law enforcement issue here.
Yeah, and again, that is something we are looking at. It's something that we really don't have control over, essentially, but hopefully through these ARM rulemaking packages, we could kind of make everything a little bit more seamless, but there will be some landowners that do have some differing rules and want more specific rules. You know, our intent hopefully is to try and make them more where they apply across the board rather than are specific to specific properties. And, you know, as Stephanie alluded to, perhaps just driving on a wet road, something to that effect, rather than putting specific time constraints or something alluding to that.
Yeah, and Alex, I would just think that there's so much room for confusion in here, both from the cooperator point of view as to what they expect, and then the hunter. I mean, even if there were, you take an aggregate, what if there were 3 separate different rules in an aggregate, but you seamlessly move from one PMA cooperator to the next without even really knowing it, because they're they're combined. Sure, that's in your what's next scoping to figure that out.
Yeah. Yeah, as to my point earlier, would more than happy to hear your guys' comments on it. I'll send the rulemaking package to you guys. It's very straightforward. It's only 3 rules and they're very short, but if there's any suggestions that you guys have, we'd appreciate them and ask that you guys make them, the public comment process.
I think communication is gonna be so important, e-bike, I ride e-bike here, and then next thing you know, I'm on the other block.
Yeah.
And I'm violating, e-bike, whatever it is. Stephanie?
Sure. This is for Jason to maybe, is something that would be also good for the video for the Advanced Hunters Ed, is maybe some sort of, make sure you read the back of the map and read the branch rules and follow them. Because I think a lot of people forget to read those rules and don't realize that they're there. So that would be a good little highlight in there too, is to look at the map, make sure you follow the map and follow the rules. And ask landowners, what do you ask first, what the rules are too.
Because it's up to us.
It's up to us.
Yeah, that's a good point. I know the 441 does have language in it that we have to provide, so the department shall provide education on what that is, and that's of course for next hunting season, not this year. So. If there's any other individuals who'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand. Nope, you're good to go.
Okay. Thank the 2 of you for commenting. We appreciate you being on with us. All right. So finalized work plan for the interim.
Did it.
Are we done? All right. I think, was it Dale requested some reports towards the end? Okay, anybody have anything before home reports? Let's start with you, Dale.
When I went to the block management appreciation dinner, I had one of the block management cooperators approach me and ask me if I would bring this to the attention of this council. And the issue this individual had is they have a large ranch. It's been in block management for many, many years. There's an in-holding, I think it's a half a section that's adjacent or within the confines of the property. It's real good hunting, but unfortunately, it is located directly adjacent to his livestock corrals. And when he's in October, he's weaning calves and has a bunch of them in the corrals. And he said people that are hunting the adjacent property are shooting, and said it really creates chaos with his calves. And he said they've talked to law enforcement, and he said there is no prohibition that keeps them from hunting those properties. And he said, I don't know that there is a resolution to this, but he said, I think it's a real issue that he asked that I bring to this council just to be aware of.
Is that private property?
It is private property.
Just put a no hunting zone in there?
Well, he can put a no hunting, but they're not hunting on his property. They're hunting on the adjacent
The neighbor's
property.
property where there's.
You have a big ranch and you have a half a section, and it's happened. I mean, it's been that way for generations almost, that the corrals are next to this. They're coming in and hunting, and he said that's my operation. And so there's.
So it's not an issue with his BMA.
It's
participants.
Because he has no hunting zones around his house. And then I know in other states, I'm very familiar with like South Dakota, I think you have to be a quarter mile or 660 yards or whatever it is from corrals, churches, schools, homes, whatever, but what I heard from him, and I do not know this to be certain, but it doesn't sound like there are those kind of restrictions in Montana. And he said, it's a problem for them.
Must have a bad neighbor.
Well,
thought there was a safe
Isn't
zone.
there a quarter
I
mile?
thought there's a quarter mile building, no shooting zone.
Only for DNRC
Oh,
Oh.
state lands.
And other state lands can have other restrictions too, like Forsyth, there's one with a golf course, you can't hunt any of it, right?
If the private landowner owns that land, could actually, if he worked with his neighbor, put up a safety zone in there, right?
Yeah, I think the point is it's a neighbor issue, right? So where your
Mhm.
neighbor is allowing somebody to hunt
Right.
infringes on your operation.
Is it a neighbor owned property or a public?
property.
Is it in block management?
No, the in holding is not in block management. That's what you do. Well, not without legislation that changes the rules in Montana. But again, the individual just wanted this council to be aware that those kind of issues exist, and it is a hardship for his family. And I'm guessing if a person did some digging, there's probably plenty of other entities in Montana that are experiencing similar type issues. But again, I wanted to put his request and bring it to the attention.
And not necessarily a responsibility of us, but I think that's actually one of those things where we talk to that landowner. So that landowner is a cooperator. Awesome, thank you. How do we leverage, some of those conservation groups, a couple of those folks that just spoke, and maybe move this crowd? Like, how do we leverage our nonprofits or our local resources or other avenues to physically move that part of his operation? That'd be the route that my mind would go. Which I know isn't easy or cheap.
Be a very expensive proposition to do that with the loading chutes and.
Yeah. But it is, yeah.
I just give them a whole bunch of no hunting zone signs. Yeah, bad. I know that's flip. He's obviously got to talk that adjacent.
And I think he has, but it's fallen on deaf ears.
Might have been a long-standing feud. The
Huh.
road went right through the neighbor's place to get to his shipping corral, and they've been fighting for 100 years.
It didn't sound.
You never know.
It's just.
Did he have a solution?
He did not.
Yeah.
Send Vito out there.
That's what I have.
Thank you, Jim. Great.
Good.
About you, Cindy.
Yeah. What is the result of the mule deer study? The meetings and all that, yeah. What
Sure.
is the actual
Alex?
result?
Are you asking about the mule deer management plan and the public scoping that they've done? So they're compiling all of those comments and they're working on those as we speak. I don't know when they plan to kind of release any of that information or if it's going to be done via the management plan itself, but I could get some further details for you. And Glenn, I don't know if you can echo that.
Oh, it's at this. Still in process. I would add, we talked about the concept of participation and so those are regional meetings, one each in each region. And I would characterize them as well attended. So it was nice to see the department, try to emphasize that, it's for a plan that's probably going to be in effect for at least 10 years. So this is a good conversation to engage if you have some concerns about this resource or some ideas about this resource. And for the most part, we saw people take good advantage of the opportunity, reflected in just numbers of attendance.
Yeah, they just want to see what was the result of that. I mean, you can have tons of attendance, but if we can't see the
Correct. And
summary.
The director has followed up with that too. The director has said, so great, sounds like we did a pretty good job of enticing people into this conversation. Let's make sure we have follow-up that fits that.
Okay, I have one other one. This is contentious that came up. Like I never contentious. There was an idea of proposing that if you outfit on public land, the leases should be taxed at a higher rate. Just throwing it out there.
So.
Because it's public land, it's not your land.
Say that again.
Who are you gonna tax?
I guess the person outfitting, the leasee.
As an outfitter, we already pay a fee, a percentage on every person we take into the Forest Service. And so we are already paying an additional fee to operate on national forest lands.
And the same applies to BLM and state grounds.
Right.
So we
And-
already are being taxed for that.
And on the other hand, the more people you push out of national public lands on outfitting, we need to stay in business. We'll be knocking on the neighbor's door.
Oh, I don't think that was
Okay.
that wasn't the idea. It was just to look at, your the benefits of that as opposed to the taxing of that.
We also have stepped up. Now, we feel we are partners, not only with FWP, we are also partners with the National Forest BLM. Because of the national cuts in my district, I now take care of the outhouses. So I go
Really?
through and make sure there's toilet paper in all those outhouses. And I was not asked, I volunteered as a public servant that uses those public properties. So the outfitting industry does a lot that people don't even realize to maintain trails, to maintain access for the public to get to places. So
Maybe that's an issue that we should, maybe we don't highlight that enough so that the public actually understands that there's some positives to
we do
the
a lot of
outfitting.
public service, and we will be the last to promote ourselves in that respect. I do it because it's something I should do. I don't do it because I want thank you or gratitude. And that's how a lot of the outfitters do.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the one resounding thing that I've heard over the past few weeks in the recently passed bill, the BEV, there was a proposal in that for a lot of public land selling, or however you want to phrase that. And obviously that raised a lot of flags on both ends of the political spectrum. And not that that has anything to do with this council, but it just highlighted the awareness and the point of how important public lands are, how important access is, which then, again, just back to us, how important it is what we're doing as we try to modify and fix and tweak and do all the things. So lots of people ringing my phone or texting me or whatever about that bill and what was potentially in it.
What was it? Was it around the big cities like Las Vegas? And I know Rock Springs, Wyoming's on the railroad checkerboard. So there's BLM land adjacent to the town. Is that what they were proposing?
I think their original proposal was they were using the verbiage around housing and around metropolitan areas, things like that. But as you dug into the language, it was pretty broad, I think.
Oh.
And
it had a lot of acres
A
involved.
lot more than they needed. They could have done it on a trade deal or something, yeah.
Anyway, it got removed, but again, it got removed because there was so much public outcry from a broad spectrum of
No, we're not broke yet. We're going to sell it to the Chinese.
That's all I have.
Thanks, Drew. I'm gonna skip you for a minute.
If we just need rain, we really don't need snow in October, that might be what's gonna fix this dry. But we're doing the best we can. Got the water system fixed on the Milk River, year and 10 days after it failed. And
That's amazing.
there isn't any water to bring down, but it's ready to go now.
Yeah.
Good.
Paul?
Yeah, I did get an email from Brian Wakeling about attending the meetings. He did have some information on there that he sent out to people that were at attended the meeting. So they did put some information out.
Well, only if you attended.
I can email it to you. And then kind of talking about what Donna says, we don't really talk about what benefits the outfitters really do, but through the outfitter preference point system, we have raised $2.9875 million for 4 access programs, which is public access to land agreement program, block management, purchase of permanent easement program, and future fisheries access programs. Each of those programs got $746,875. So I think that's quite an accomplishment. I guess I'd like to see the Fish and Game maybe spout that out a little bit, because I'm pretty proud of that. We've worked hard to get this. We got a benefit for the outfitting industry and we're giving back. And that's a lot of money, 2.9 million, almost $3 million in 4 years. So other than that, I don't have anything else.
I don't have too much. And then do some rain. Yeah.
Okay. Ray.
Oh, I don't get to go.
Oh, no.
I think you did that last time too. I am just gonna make just a comment. It's not really a regional report, but it's something that, you know, we've talked a lot about landowners and a little bit about outfitting. Somebody said at the start of this meeting that it's really important. This is a tripod stool, and not to undercut this importance of sportsmen. And our leg. I think we a lot of times say sportsmen are bad and this, that, and the other, and trying to fix behaviors, and really 99% of us are good. And so not to undercut that leg of the stool, and that we're important too. We are actually one of the biggest customers for FWP, and at the end of the day, we're what runs the budget. So
Where the money comes from.
exactly. So
How does that money come? Most of it's from Stephanie personally.
She contributes her share.
I contribute my share, as does everybody at this table. So yeah, it's just a
Good
little
point.
reminder. Very good point.
Now, how do I get? to say
Mr.
something?
Ray.
No, one thing, as far as home reports, in my area, there isn't many. There's block management, a few, and that's about it. But one of the block managers I talked to the other day was telling me a story about when he started in the block management. They had so many people there hunting all the time and that. And even his son got hit by a bullet. It was, they figured a ricochet or something and that, but he worked with the block management managers, and now they're only allowed 2 vehicles at each parking area and that, and it really eliminated the pressure and everything, and he really pleased with it. It's just, you know, working with the landowners. That's the one thing that I thought was real good, you know.
Great. Yeah, for me, it's just around here, it's all been fishing mostly, and events going on, not much fervor for anything other than what Drew brought up. I think that consolidated a lot of folks to ponder public lands and comment that it should be sold. And it was, I think DHA did a lot of work there. RMEF did incredible work there in rounding up the constituents. So, yeah, I think it was obviously a very effective campaign messaging back to our Congress people. And me personally, I never heard a thing from Mike Lee, but expect to. I don't live in Utah. But anyways, I think that was the big roar in the last month or two since we last met. But again, I just want to say thank you to all of you for getting here. There's no non-busy time for anybody, whether you're retired or active on your place, sort of grandpa, trying to take care of grandma. I realize it, and I think everybody here should appreciate the effort that you put forward in responding. And I look forward to what's next. You know, we're going to have some new members. We're going to have to break them in. I think we're getting a good slate. And look forward to just getting that rolling again. Updating people on what it is that we do and getting that additional input. So I think that's about it for me. I want to thank the regional people that sit in there with us all day for 2 days. I mean, that's a lot. And I know they're hopefully working on other things as we're eating lunch and chewing all this up. But I think our work today in looking at that relationship that they create help underline how important that is to these programs and the success of the relationship with the landowner. So appreciate all those folks for sure. And then of course, those that are here, Renee, for facilitating our fun today. I think we got a long ways and moved through with some good concepts to get working on. So Quentin, thanks for being here. And I hope everybody travels well home across the beautiful state. Food and Dawn.
I apologize for giving Lee the sugar this morning.
Well, at least he doesn't have to herd sheep home. And then we started out.
I'm just glad somebody fed grandpa.
So again, thanks everybody. Appreciate you.
Of course. Pleasure to be here, guys.
Thanks.
You too, Jason and Natalie.